This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. A young, petite, pregnant woman found dead with beating and strangulation injuries 33 years ago in a ditch 15 miles north of Sheridan has been identified. The woman, who has been known as I-90 Jane Doe for the past 3 decades, has been identified as Cindy Arlene Estrada by the Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigation. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland says Estrada was one of 2 Wyoming victims in the case of alleged serial killer Clark Perry Baldwin.
I've been watching for this for a while because they identified Bitter Creek Betty, who was found March 1992 off the interstate in Sweetwater County with strangulation and other injuries, killed. And so then a month after that, they found a woman they called I-90 Jane Doe, petite, pregnant, young, also dead with strangulation marks in Sheridan off of the interstate.
Estrada was identified using her mother's DNA. Prior to the publication of this news story, there was essentially no publicly available information on Estrada online. All that's known is that she was born in Torrance, California, and was 21 years old when she was killed. Western Wyoming irrigators are frustrated after having their water shut off earlier than normal to send Colorado River Basin water downstream, despite what appeared to be a promising winter snowpack. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that an upcoming public meeting in Pinedale is one of 4 outreach meetings Wyoming officials are hosting to discuss the state's role in managing Colorado River water.
The mighty Colorado River begins its life in Wyoming and high in the Wind River Range. It feeds into the Upper Green River and the Little Snake River. And so Wyoming is a part of this collective, this compact of states that's charged by Congress in a very old compact to manage that water.
The amount of water Wyoming gets to keep as a member of the more than 100-year-old congressionally created Colorado River Compact will depend on what happens during negotiations over the next several months. If Republicans want to fine-tune their bill to claw back $9.4 billion in federal payouts, including defunding PBS and NPR, they're running out of time. The U.S. House has a legal deadline of Friday at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time to vote on the proposed $1.1 billion in cuts to public television and radio. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry reports that the cuts are part of a rescissions package, a clawback of funds previously allocated by Congress. By law, these unusual measures must be passed by both chambers of Congress no later than 45 days after formally requested by the president.
It's also something that only requires a simple majority vote. And if you've heard that story before, it's because the Republicans use simple majority vote procedures a lot in order to avoid the 60-vote Senate threshold when they know they're not going to get any help. And now they're doing it this way, by taking existing funding and yanking it from those agencies, in this case, public broadcasting.
As of the time this story was published Thursday, the House was in recess and hadn't voted on the cuts. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
A Yellowstone National Park black bear with a taste for human food and willing to dangerously ransack campsites to get it was lethally removed from the area. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that a determined adult female black bear had to be killed July 11th after what the National Park Service called a series of concerning incidents at a backcountry campsite in the Blacktail Deer Creek drainage.
The incidents all occurred at a backcountry campsite in the northern section of Yellowstone. And when you're out there, the park mandates that you either suspend your food with these poles or you keep them in a bear-proof box. Well, this black bear had previously crushed a tent, but it also figured out how to pull down those poles to get at the food that was being stored overhead. So because it had shown such intelligence and such potentially dangerous behavior and gotten a reward out of it, Yellowstone staff decided the only thing that they could do to ensure everyone's safety was to kill the bear and remove it from the park's population.
This was the first black bear to be put down by Yellowstone wildlife officials in 5 years. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Hey, good morning.
Good
6:05. How are you, buddy? Hang on a second here. I'm going to do a quick Don Day weather here. And then I want to, that last news story, I hate it when I hear that, when they have to put a bear down or a moose or something. But you and I could talk about that a little bit. Don Day weather here in Wyoming. We'll be in the Zoom room. My buddy Chris Verbo with the Sheridan Community Land Trust is hanging there. The guys that build and maintain our incredibly impressive trail system. Dawn day weather, mostly sunny in much of Wyoming today with a chance for afternoon rain and breezy conditions in some areas. Highs near 80 to the low 90s and lows tonight, low 40s to low 60s. Currently here in Sheridan, it's 60 degrees. Clear skies, beautiful out there. We had a gully washer last night, Chris. I mean, it came down hard and heavy with lightning, and to the point where I stepped outside to watch it. It was that impressive, our little storm here last night. It wasn't a big storm, didn't last very long, but it sure was nasty. 65 degrees right now in Gillette. Torrington, 61, clear skies. Over in Jackson, clear and 45. A little cooler up there in the higher elevations. And let's see, Chugwater, 62, partly cloudy. Baggs, Wyoming. How you guys doing down there? 56 degrees, mostly cloudy. Casper, 62. In Cheyenne, it is mostly sunny and 57 degrees. Now I'm going to switch over here so we can see your handsome face and fix mine. You're in the Zoom room, ladies and gentlemen, with my buddy. We've become very good friends here over the few years that I've got to know him, and realize that without him, our trail system would be, not as impressive as it is. And you look like a guy, I'm just going to say that you would see out on a trail. you kind of
usually if that trail's going to fishing access for me specifically.
Yeah, I
mean, like I'm the mouthpiece for the trails, but I tell you, we've had some incredible people that really put in the day-to-day work on those trails. This is a perfect opportunity to just give a quick shout out to some excellent people. Our current recreation director, Jared Koenig, he was a seasonal with SCLT back in 2018, and so cut his teeth on the trails. And then he's such a proponent of people-powered outdoor recreation. He was able to, when we had an opening for a trails manager, he was able to come back later on, and he's really done a lot of the work to get over 2 miles of trails open out at the Big Goose Natural area now, as well as coordinating and getting through everything that's going on with building from Double Eagle to Red Grade.
I want to get to all of the what's up, what's new, what's been repaired and prepared, but I want to give a shout out. You folks at SCLT, Sheridan Community Land Trust, you live the lifestyle and you walk the walk. Pardon the pun. But Brad and yourself, and then John. I haven't met John yet, but I'm looking forward to it. If you could introduce me to him. What is John's role over there at Sheridan Community?
Well, John Graves is our conservation director.
Yes.
And if you notice, in some of the stuff I put together today, we have a whole lot of conservation projects coming together.
Exactly. And, I'm looking at the list here. We got a lot to cover.
That's John taking the ball and running with it once he came in and joined us back in November. When you say walking the walk. John himself is he's not just helping ranchers; he's a rancher himself. So
I see.
he knows the lifestyle. He knows what people need and what can help them. He's a bison rancher. In fact, he and his wife own and operate the JG Bison Ranch out in the Wyarno vicinity.
Sure.
So he's out. He's on a beautiful patch of land out there in eastern Sheridan County, and
that's part of what we're going
they
to
do a
talk about.
fantastic job.
Is remind folks of the involvement of private landowners. I'm glad you brought that up. But first, as I insinuated earlier about my disappointment every time one of our news stories is another bear had to be put down in Yellowstone or the Yellowstone area. And so just, we'll touch on that and we'll move on. But because of what you guys do and the fact that you're out scouting new trails and you're, maintaining the ones that are out there, so you're out there a significant amount of time, probably more than most. And I myself and my wife, hiking is the thing that we love to do together. Our best conversations and catching up on life happen on a trail, and usually one that you and your team have maintained or built. But so out there, and there you go. I mean, there's a lot of people with opinions on what to do when you encounter a bear, a moose, a mountain lion, etc. Do you have any advice in that direction, Chris?
I talk to them and move backwards. Grab your stuff and go. Not like run away. My experience, certainly because I fish. Most of my experience on close encounters with wildlife is with moose, especially up in the North Tongue area. But we bump into them on red grade trails. Yesterday on our Facebook Sheridan Trail Conditions group, one of our avid mountain bikers was on the Let 'em Roll trail. And we have had this year in particular, and really for the past two, we've had a mother moose hanging out around. Although in this case, it appeared from the picture I saw was a bull moose. He was coming down the trail on his bike and hopped into, got in the vicinity of a bull moose. But in his case, he was making some noises. He didn't startle it too bad. Mm-hmm. And, the moose gave him the space. I'm always an advocate of give the animal the space. I've certainly seen from an angling standpoint, and I know this also applies out on the trails. If you've seen video of people getting chased by moose, or if you see people just sometimes won't give them the space they need and decide, well, I'm here, I need to go there, I'm going to go there. And I guess my take has always been, if the animal's between you and where you're going, sometimes you just don't get to go to where you're going when you're going there. Right?
Absolutely agree. Just change your plans. Yeah. I have had, visitors, and as you know, I spent very, very significant time in Denver after leaving here, Sheridan, Wyoming in 1984, and, come back 3 or 4 times a year because we have family here. But, so a lot of friends, people who I just love showing off the Bighorn Mountains of Wyoming to. And we've brought people up here who have spent very little time in the wild at all. Shockingly, there's a lot of people that live in Denver that spend no time in the mountains. That's not their lifestyle. And so I love bringing them up here. I show it off. I'll just be honest. And I was surprised. We had that encounter where there was a bull moose, a cow, and a calf. There may have been 4 in an area. And the instinct of my very good friend, who I love dearly, in fact, they're just family, but they're inner city folks from Denver. And his first instinct was to walk right towards that moose, the moose, the group of them, to get a better picture. And of course, your buddy Bags with his broadcast voice chimed in, stop right there and, come towards me. But that is, in many cases, it's absolutely in Yellowstone, the instinct of people to approach wild animals is, to me, mind-boggling.
Yeah, yeah. I get it too. I'm a native flatlander, right? Growing up in the wild country of corn and bean fields in northwest Iowa. Um, you don't have wildlife, I guess, in the sense of that you have in the mountains. So, for me coming out to Wyoming, I remember thinking, well, moose are just big deer, because technically they are, right?
Right.
But my colleagues quickly, drilled into my head, like, no, you gotta, be careful of them. They can be a danger, and you don't appreciate how big they are until you're standing
Right.
across from one out on a willow choked draw, or just even like standing across an open area from them. Like,
Yeah.
they're huge animals. So, I remember my very first moose encounter was I was fishing in the section of Big Goose up above Park Reservoir. And for anyone looking to go enjoy an excellent fishing opportunity in the Bighorns right now, go hit that section of stream right above Park Reservoir.
Hey.
You can walk it all the way up to Coffeen Park.
Thanks for
Those
the
willow
tip, brother.
meadows. There's like 3 sets of willow meadows between there, and they're fantastic fishing. The cool part is every now and again you can get into some slightly larger fish that come up from Park Reservoir. But if nothing else, the fish are, they're hungry in there all the time.
I'm just letting my
you can fly the heck out of them.
listeners know this is bonus time here, getting a tip from my buddy Chris.
Yeah, well, I mean, like,
Which fly should we be using?
I mean, right now I would be defaulting to elk hair caddis or like an Impossible Adams or something like that. There's a lot of options. Obviously, I've heard nothing but mosquitoes are pretty rough this year with all the moisture. So I imagine a mosquito will any type of that will get you there too.
And of course, we're talking about Bighorn Mountain Country, as I've told people before. I live here, so I get focused here. And of course, other areas of Wyoming will have their own hatch and different different flies, probably in some places. But it's nice for me that you're giving me the tip on where to go and which fly to use. I love it. That's one of my passions. And again, like you, the fishing, it draws us into some areas. Of course, we want to get off on our own. Of course, we want to go. But so does Mama Moose, and she has a protective instinct about her. And we fortunately, I don't know if that's the right word, we don't have grizzly bear encounters here on this side of the Bighorn Mountains. But black bear, they can be aggressive, especially if it's a mama and her babies. She will go mama bear on you pretty quickly. But I have had encounters with mountain lions a few times. Nothing major, nothing scary, but at one incident where I was elk hunting and had a post and was there before dawn, and then finally the sun came up, and then on the trail that I was watching and posted up on, this big cat male blew by me right down into the meadow that I was watching and then disappeared into the trees. It was happened. I mean, just split second.
That's awesome.
That was awesome to see, right? I was like, oh man, I'm God. Thank you for this opportunity, and so on. And then, but the scary part is that when I got up to go, when I was done and without an elk again, I'm walking out the trail that I came in, and behind me was his tracks. he had been going back and forth, a little muddy back there, and it was very obvious that he was scouting your buddy Bags, doing a little evaluation on probably the fact that I was too big, a waste of his time, but and not very appealing as an edible, probably. But he had been back there for a while and never, ever. I mean, I can remember, clicks and breaking twigs and stuff and hearing it, but it could be a chipmunk or a squirrel or a deer. It could be anything. I didn't think it was a mountain lion for sure, but that was probably my one realization that we are out there with wild animals, and just to be on your toes.
What did you feel when you saw those tracks and had that realization? What was it? What was it like?
It was a rush. It was. I don't know if fear is the right word. It was contemplation, where I'm thinking, boy, this could happen without me knowing it, and the admiration of the stealth of a mountain lion, an animal that big, because it was a big male, and he could be that silent. Not saying I have the best hearing of someone. This was probably 8, 10, 50 years old by then, at least, when that happened. But I don't know. It just admiration and respect came upon me at some point.
Yeah. Oh man, that's.
All right, we're going to get back to what we came here to talk. This was it. Just brought on.
Those are real feelings. That's a lot of conflicted emotion all in one moment, and what a special time to see an animal like that too.
I consider it a blessing, and you just have to be safe. And I wish folks, anybody visiting, would have that kind of respect, so we don't have to, as our news story indicated, put some of these animals down because of close encounters with human beings. So, hey, buddy, it's 6:21. I got my first break, so let's get back to business here and talk about Sheridan Community Land Trust and what everybody is up to over at that incredible organization. I'm John Baggett, a.k.a. your buddy Bags, and this is Cowboy State Daily Radio on Saturday.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
You're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
It's 6:25. Welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio, Saturday edition. John Baggett and Chris Verba in the Zoom room. We're talking about Sheridan Community Land Trust, the folks that build and maintain our incredible trail system here in this region of Wyoming, Bighorn Mountain Country. And Chris and I have kind of got off track there a little bit based on the news story, but the real reason I wanted you on, Chris, is your expertise, obviously, with hiking and fishing now. Got some things written down, where to go, what to use. Thanks, pal. But I did want to talk about what is happening with Sheridan Community Land Trust and give the floor to you with what's new. What's going on over there that you'd want us to know about, especially as hikers?
Well, I was going to say, as hikers, new is trails. We have 2 new trails that are completed out at Red Grade Trails. Yeah, and I mean, that's exciting. They got finished up here in late June. So one of them, Fire Up, is it is a bi-directional trail, so you can go up and down it. It is a hike-only trail, and it connects pieces in the Red Grade Trail system between the Aspens trailhead. It'll come off of there and helps you get down to both Springs and Base Trailhead.
You mentioned, sorry to interrupt, but you mentioned hiking only. So just for those who may not know or are new to hiking, that there are trails that you share with mountain bikes, and then there are trails that are just for hiking. And I think it's pretty obvious why you would do that in some cases. But what's the philosophy behind it? What determines a trail that is off limits to mountain bikes and only hiking only?
Well, I mean, design primarily. So philosophically, it's all about being able to create different opportunities, different experiences for different trail users, especially in your terrain. So, of course, ultimately, the trail you have is going to be determined largely by the landscape that you're in and where you're trying to go from point A to point B. This spring, longtime game warden for Wyoming Game and Fish, Bruce Chiliano, joined SCLT as our communications and marketing intern. And good news, once his internship is up, he'll be joining us in a larger capacity, helping get our welcome center open and doing a lot of interpretive work because Bruce is awesome. One concept Bruce likes to talk about is trail logic. And that is that, you know, as a game warden, you spend all this time out on trails, like, you know, why does a trail do what it does? And as you begin to understand trail logic, you usually figure out exactly where it goes, and it helps you stay off the not official trails, you know, places where people tend to shortcut or blaze in or just go wander. And not that there's something necessarily always wrong about just wandering. We have, especially in the Bighorns, the ability to kind of go where we want. But in some places, even if you can go, you shouldn't go. Yes. And especially in those shortcutting places and things like that.
I see that I see that where people have shortcut and then all of a sudden it's developing into a trail. itself. And I purposefully don't, because I could see where now you're changing the direction and maybe even the landscape with runoff and so forth. This has been calculated. And go ahead.
Yep. Yeah, well, I was gonna say you hit the nail on the head. Like, especially the way like a well-built trail is designed with also drainage intention in mind. And not that it's always perfect, but often if you design the trail correctly with the right slopes and back slopes and benches and little cuts in it to allow for runoff to come out, you won't have substantial irrigation problems. When you get especially older trails where, like, the point A to point B kind of thing, and they just go the shortest distance possible. Well, that's exactly what water likes to do. And now you get a gully coming down that trail, and you've been on them. We have plenty of them.
Yeah.
And it's just, that's how you build a more sustainable design. I do want to say, on the red grade trail system, we have a mix of those. We have downhill biking trails, and those are meant for people with mountain bikes. But they're going to move faster than certainly me with a backpack on and a fishing pole.
Right.
And so those trails are there for, like, a downhill trail is there for people to be able to go down on and have that experience, because it's a fantastic experience for those who love doing it. You certainly don't, like, as a hiker, please don't walk up that trail. We have issues with that every now and again.
Sure.
Number one,
that
trail's got some steep spots in it.
Yeah, let's talk about the etiquette of that a little bit on the shared trails with mountain bikers and hikers. Now, I am a hiker. Probably decades ago, I could have been, but I wasn't. The technology of mountain biking, I wasn't prepared for then, but I see it, and I like adventure. And so I have no problem whatsoever with somebody that is, wanting a little adventure, a notch above what I want with my hiking experience. So I love it, and I have just this habit. If I hear them coming, I'm giving up the trail because I know they're moving faster. But let's talk about what I don't know if it's written down anywhere, but what is the etiquette as you are hiking along and or mountain biking along and you encounter the other species?
Well, we have it on every one of our trail maps, and it's important. And there's two basic rules out there. Wheels, bikes yield to people on feet. So hikers, runners, anybody like that.
Okay.
And everybody yields to horses because some of our trails are also equestrian trails.
Forgot to mention that. Thank you.
Yeah, so you can get all the uses. And that rule isn't just an SCLT trail rule. It's a rule everywhere. Like that's guidance. That's how recreationists should approach the trail systems. And that's like ultimately big pieces give everybody grace out in the mountain, out in the wildlands, wherever you're at enjoying the outdoors. And that's an easy way to do it. The other side of it is it's just like on the roads. Downhill traffic yields to that uphill traffic.
Right.
So, it's very simple. Stop or step off.
Yeah.
And it's
hearing you say that, so for me, it's just a courtesy because they're moving faster. But technically, the mountain biker is supposed to yield to me. In most cases, sometimes in that downhill, as you're describing, some of those very designed for mountain biking and downhill, it would be behoove you, if you have any sort of human self-preservation instinct, to get out of the way, because now it's a matter of science and gravity and speed that you're trying and to take on some sort of stand your ground position because you know the rules is silly and it's not healthy.
Yeah, well, and so like in the case of our trails, we do have Let 'em Roll, which is a downhill biking only trail. Not that we have plenty of bi-directional biking trails that are shared with hiking and running and just going out there and soaking up nature. Obviously the Soldier Ridge Trail system, most of that is open to all uses and all types of recreation that are non-motorized, because we allow horses on a good chunk of that trail system. Certainly if I'm going uphill and hiking on a trail and I have a bike coming towards me, I tend to step off. Yeah. Even if I don't technically have to, I tend to, because it's easier to just stand aside, let them go by me than it is trying to figure out who's doing what. Right. So that's certainly true. But that doesn't take away from the general rule. And especially we want folks to follow those general guidance. It's not something that SCLT created or came up with. These are the guidances and courtesies that have evolved over time, and that's the accepted way of going about things everywhere. Well, and I appreciate, the more people kind of stick to those as the guidance and then use their judgment otherwise, that's how we keep everybody out there recreating and having a good time and working together to make really great memories out in the outdoors. And I mean, and I appreciate the bighorns. You got to work hard to have a bad day up in the bighorns.
Yeah, I appreciate that you mentioned the horse etiquette there too. A horse is an animal, so hiking or biking, this animal will do what it's going to do. We have horses of our own, and we've had those experiences where just a stick falling out of a tree, and the horse. Next thing you know, you're coming out of chute number 5 at the rodeo, whether you like it or not. And so, just please, all thoughts as you're coming and you see that there's folks on horseback coming towards you or up from behind you. Just give them the right of way. Admire the beauty and the size of those animals as they go by. Because the person on top is generally in charge, depending on their capabilities and equestrian level, right? And but that horse is an animal, and something or someone may spook them easily, especially if you have a dog with you. Not just get off the trail, but get and I'm just asking kindly, get off the trail significantly and give them plenty of room.
Yeah, and that you bring up a good point. And especially with folks with dogs out on trails around livestock, like around horses, but just even around people too.
Yeah.
Certainly one of the benefits we have in Wyoming is open space around us, right? So dogs are off leash all over, even when they necessarily maybe shouldn't be. When you're out on trails, like even when it's an off leash opportunity, like it's important to keep your dog under control, and that means being able to get them to respond to you, right? So getting them to sit when somebody else is coming, as opposed to having them go chasing around or chasing wildlife, chasing livestock, or running up on people. That honestly, for me, some of my scariest moments in the forest, this is personal experience, informing this. My scariest moments haven't been with wildlife encounters when I've been close to bears or when I've been close to mama mooses with little calves. My scariest encounters have been dogs I don't know running up on me.
Sure.
When I can't see anybody and they're snarling. And I mean,
I hear you,
is
brother.
there isn't much scarier than a big German Shepherd running up on you in the forest and
Yeah.
having its teeth out.
No,
And,
you're hitting the nail right on the head. We don't know what someone's experience with a dog, regardless of how gentle your dog is, regardless of how small or sweet you think your dog is. You don't know the person's experience that's coming up the trail or down the trail towards you and your dog, what their experience is and has been with a dog. There's children who've been, just have terrible experiences, and they carry that and then into adulthood that makes them very, very frightened of dogs. And then here you are thinking, well, my dog is under control. But this person coming towards you, we want them to have a great experience. They're coming to visit, or, they're out on the trail having a great time, and all of a sudden a dog comes up on them. And I like that you brought that up, that it's something to be cognizant of as you're out there, especially with horses.
I mean, like the point you're getting at is so important, because it is the case of, like, the way I've always reasoned it is like, yeah, your dog probably is awesome and your dog probably is friendly, but the reality of the situation is your dog doesn't know me. I don't know your dog. Neither of us are necessarily know where we're at or are, everyday comfortable in the place we're in. And now we're all in a situation where we don't know what's going to happen. And you don't know. For me, I like fishing up at Twin Lakes Reservoir. Great lake trout fishing up there, by the way, folks. Get up there and go get them.
Yes.
But there's, as you're walking down the dam road, DAM road, folks, I remember one time, this is several years ago, and this is the German Shepherd example. Like, I'm walking down that road and up comes this German Shepherd, and it came hauling up from the little pond that's down the bottom there, right? And it wouldn't let me move. It's grabbing at my legs. And the owner was standing down there throwing at fish he wasn't going to catch. Because there's only like little lake chubs in there.
I love having an expert on my show.
Couldn't be bothered. He just didn't care that this dog was doing that. He didn't give a shit.
Man,
he didn't care. And I'm like, hey, I'm trying to move this dog one. I'm putting my pack in front of me to try to and he's like, oh, it's fine. He's friendly.
Yeah, stop it.
And it was 10 minutes. It couldn't have been that long, but man, it felt like
I feel your pain, dude. I mean, that, and a lot of people can relate to having that experience. It's 6:42. When we come back, let's talk about some of the things that are happening, and I want to get to some of the education opportunities that Sheridan Community Land Trust offers. But let's do a little bit more on the, because I don't think we mentioned the Upper Drifter Trail is now operating, correct? And we'll get to that.
Yeah, it is.
All right, well, let me do this spot break here, and we'll come back. This is Chris Verbub, Sheridan Community Land Trust, great guy that, for me, really keeps me informed on what's going on with that organization, an organization that I'm very impressed with, as I've expressed to Chris before. 6:43 on a Saturday with Cowboy State Daily Radio and your buddy Bags.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
And good morning. Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Radio. With your buddy Bags at 6:47 in the morning. I got Chris Verba in the Zoom room here chatting with me about Sheridan Community Land Trust. Let me do a quick weather. Mostly sunny in much of the Cowboy State today, with a chance of afternoon rain and breezy conditions in some areas. Highs from near 80 to the low 90s and lows from the low 40s to low 60s. Right now it's 60 degrees here in Sheridan, Wyoming, where I'm sitting in sunny skies here at the base of the Bighorn Mountains of north central Wyoming. Hey, Chris, really quickly, there's a few things here that are happening lately. Drifter's completed. How's Drifter looking? That's a trail,
Drifter.
by the
Looks
way.
fantastic.
A Drifter. It's
Yeah.
not some guy, some drifter, a hobo falling off a train car. No, this Drifter is one of our favorite, trail system here in the Bighorn Mountain area.
Yeah, so Upper Drifter and Fire Up are those two trails that are completed up in the Red Grade Trail system. I really quickly just want to point out all the partners we had help us get those trails built and completed over the past 2 years.
We're going to recruit some
K4.
volunteers. We're going to recruit some volunteers with this little program.
That's
of ours,
right.
Too, so.
Yeah, K4 Trails out of Deadwood, South Dakota do a fantastic job. Or excuse me, not out of Deadwood, out of Sturgis. Wyoming Pathways have been instrumental in support, and they're helping us get Highlander, which construction will begin on that later this summer. So they're fantastic partners to many
Highlander
organizations.
and Let 'em Roll is going to be rolled out here soon.
That's right. Montana Conservation Corps has helped. AmeriCorps last summer helped. our own conservation and recreation interns. Of course, Jared's done a lot of work on those trails. Volunteers in our community, of course, have gone a long ways to helping get those trails in good condition and ready to go. And of course, our incredible donors who fund much of these trails and get them built. So all of that is available for our community because of those awesome people in our community who help. Alongside that, many of these groups also helped us finish up repairs from elk fire suppression within the Red Trail system. So, going back to that trail maintenance piece, where you see some of the side trails where it came across part of red grade trails from the dozer line. We have those marked in many places. Please don't go on those because you can further damage that recovery aspect. But importantly, if you want to see how to get to these places that John and I have talked about today, for everyone out there listening in online morning radio land,
there's
that is Sheridan CLT.
Thank you.
Like communitylandtrust.org /recreation /maps. You'll be able to find it right on the top bar of our website's navigation. So you can go get trail maps to the Red Grade Trail system, as well as all of our other community trails. And importantly, get out and go. Wildflower Bloom is still going because it's been a pretty dang good one this year. And just get out there and experience it while you can. Those trails, eventually the snow comes.
You bet. Now let's talk about some of the educational opportunities that I love about your organization. It's a priority. All this stuff we talked about with trail etiquette and encountering animals and so forth, that's just some of the things that you guys are involved in and that you share information with the public. So you take it away with a little bit of what's going to be coming up and opportunities for our listeners to participate in.
Well, coming up this Thursday is our next discovery session. It's called Native Scapes for Your Home. So we partner with Piney Island native plants, and you're going to learn how to use native plants in your landscaping efforts, whether you have a house in town or you have an acreage or a ranch out in the country.
A cabin up in the mountains. That's
or a cabin up in the mountains.
Think,
Yeah,
Deb,
I guess I didn't think about
listening,
that. But yes,
she does want to do that with native flora and fauna. She wants that to be part of our cabin experience, is to make sure everything around it is native.
Awesome. Well, so she should sign up. It's free to attend, open to all. It is Thursday, July 24th from 6 to 7:30 p.m. out at the SCLT community rooms, which are part of our Big Goose Natural Area, 14 Lane, just outside of Sheridan. You can sign up for that at Sheridan CLT, like communitylandtrust.org /events. And all of our events are available there. We also have our final unplug of the season coming up, Mud Bugs and Fish, and that's on Thursday, July 31st, also from 6 to 7:30 p.m. And that's a partnership with Science Kids, and this is a really fun one because we have folks from Game and Fish coming in to show folks a little bit about what's swimming in Big Goose Creek. So the fish biologists will be there shocking up some fish and helping you get in the water and netting them.
But the kids will love that. What's the age attraction?
Well, hey, it's free fun for ages 2 to 102.
Old farts as well. Thank you.
Yeah,
Science
absolutely.
Kids at 64 years old. That's me.
we wind up having a pretty good mix of folks. We also do some water quality testing, so you learn what goes into that. With Sheridan County Conservation District, Carrie Rogaszewski with them is phenomenal. And she's a great teacher. And we also have Emily Emond, who will be doing the bugs piece. And she's with Science Kids. She is a fantastic educator. She's a teacher in her day job. and then helps with science kids all summer long, and just absolutely fantastic experience turning over rocks and looking for all of the invertebrates that you can find in the streams. So man, we have a ton of fun with that one. It's in the summer, you get to go splish splashing in the creek, and man, what a great time. August 9th, we have yoga on the creek, also out at the Big Goose Natural Area from 9 to 10 in the morning. That's a Saturday. And a Place of Wholeness in Sheridan is our yoga instructor. So they come out from there. Amanda is her name. And you'll also get some guitar music by Austin Taylor. So he will accompany it. Yeah.
You guys are eclectic as heck over there. I mean, yoga, let's see, the combination of yoga, nature, babbling brook, guitar. Is that? I mean, that's got to be like the whole area is like one big Zen.
Well, it's the idea, right? Well, as we know, spending time in nature is good for our health.
Heck yeah.
Not just our physical health; it's also good for our mental health too. Another good opportunity for your mental health is to come up to our Bear Gulch geology hike on August 21st. That's also from 6 to 7:30. That's at the Bear Gulch East Trailhead. And we have geologist Steve Stresky, who will lead us on a journey of that goes back billions of years in the Bighorn Mountains, a little over 2 billion years to be specific, up in some of those parts. But the Bear Gulch area is absolutely fantastic view. I know you know it well, John.
Yes.
But this would be an opportunity. Yeah, and you get up on our Cliffhanger Trail, which, for my money, has the best views on the Red Grade Trail system.
Oh, and it's the front range of the Bighorn Mountains, and you're right on the edge of it. In some places, hey, that's pretty cool, pretty steep too, but it's beautiful. I want to give an opportunity. I got to watch the clock here, so I want to give an opportunity because folks can volunteer and folks can donate and folks can be a part of the organization if they want. I know that you guys just got a grant from the Powder River Basin Trout Unlimited to help boost stream health. That's wonderful news. But if I'm a listener and this all appeals to me and somebody's finding out for the first time that this goes on, and not just in Sheridan County, I understand that a lot of people are listening in other places in the state, but you can get involved, and specifically with SCLT here, what can people do? Donate, volunteer, and to get involved, Chris?
Both of those. So, from a donation standpoint, just come to our website. You'll see the donation button. Your gift will create more of these opportunities you love, whether that's building and maintaining community trails, conserving and stewarding local lands and ranches, and preserving local history. We're trying to preserve Wyoming's last remaining streetcar, the number 115. Wow. And we would like to be able to get it onto a trailer and move back to our bus barn where it can sit and be fully out of the elements while it's being restored, so it can go out on public display. How cool is that?
Yeah.
If anyone out there has the ability to help us move it, we're looking for if anyone has a used 20-foot deck over trailer or something similar, please contact us.
SheridanCLT.org, and you will get a hold of either Chris or Brad or John, who I want you to introduce me to at some point. Tell him what a swell guy I am. Sounds interesting, a bison rancher here in the vicinity. Very quickly, too, I wanted to mention, because we do have some disabled folks in our family. You guys have made an effort here on the adaptive trail system for access with people with disability. I only have about a minute, Chris. So what can you tell us in that brief amount of time?
Partnering with Teton Adaptive, they came out earlier this year, looked at our trails. Good news. Most of our trails already have ways to be able to get on them, especially at the Big Goose Natural Area. They're wide enough. In other areas, we can make some modifications to them to help improve access for more people. And the big takeaway there is SCLT is looking for ways to be able to get some hand cycles that will allow more people to be able to get out on the trails and experience them. So we hope to be able to have them available that people can essentially borrow from us and use. So that's another opportunity. If that appeals to you, help us acquire them. And you can make a gift. Let us know what you would like it be for, and we will put your gift and make sure that happens with it. Sheridan CLT, like communitylandtrust.org.
Good people over there, too. All right, buddy. Yep, as usual, it goes by very quickly. We did a sneak preview of the season early spring. Now we're middle of summer, and we'll do a fall check-in as well, if that's okay with you, because I enjoy talking to you, buddy.
I think that sounds fantastic.
All right, man. Well, Chris Verba with Sheridan Community Land Trust, my guest. And up next, I've got Paul Wallop of the Legacy Wallop family here in Wyoming. And that's coming up here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. This is your buddy Bags on a Saturday morning. Thanks for joining me. We'll be back after the news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming from the
Amy
Cowboy
Grant,
State Daily
and I want to
Newsroom.
talk
It's
to
time
Wendy
to take a look
Core.
at what's happening around Wyoming from the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom. I'm Wendy Core. Wyoming leaders on Thursday announced they're challenging the order by which a judge has blocked the state's school choice program. Laramie County District Court Judge Peter Froelicher on Tuesday issued a preliminary injunction blocking the Steamboat Legacy Scholarship Program, while public school advocacy group Wyoming Education Association and a handful of parents challenge it in court. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the state's appeal to the Wyoming Supreme Court was announced by Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder, who is a proponent of school choice.
It takes a few days or weeks, but yeah, in the coming weeks, they'll argue against the reasoning that Froelicher deployed. And before that, they'll ask the High Court to stay his decision, basically undo his decision while they evaluate the reasoning that led him to it.
Had it been allowed to go into effect, the program would have allocated a per-family maximum of $7,000 towards state contractor-held accounts for approved families to put toward private school tuition or homeschooling. A 49-year-old woman who acted as a mule to traffic meth, fentanyl, and cocaine to Wyoming from Colorado will spend up to 8 years in prison. Heather Marie Russell pleaded guilty Thursday to 10 drug-related charges. As part of the plea deal, Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Russell is agreeing to testify honestly against known and unknown co-conspirators in the enterprise that brought drugs from Colorado to Natrona County, then sold them to local buyers.
She apologized to the court and to the community for her actions. She said that she was thankful to be sober and that she wanted the judge to just go ahead and sentence her today. She didn't want a pre-sentence investigation or anything, so the judge sentenced her to concurrent sentences that will mean she'll serve up to 8 years in prison.
DCI's investigation of Russell tracked her traveling between Natrona County and Colorado to buy drugs. Agents did controlled buys from Russell starting in February 2024, and informants and co-conspirators pointed to Russell as a source for fentanyl. U.S. House Judiciary Committee member Harriet Hageman of Wyoming is investigating the prosecution of an Idaho ultra runner for going off a trail in Grand Teton National Park. 33-year-old Michelino Sinceri has never denied cutting the switchback during a run in the national park on September 2, 2024. It was his disclosure of the switchback cut on social media that caught the National Park Service's attention and resulted in a misdemeanor charge. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry reports that Hageman feels Sinceri's case is an example of overzealous prosecution.
It appears that even after the National Park Service sort of stepped away from this, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Wyoming has been plowing straight ahead with this prosecution. One plea offer reportedly would have been 1,000 hours of community service and a 5-year prohibition from setting foot in the park. Harriet Hageman thinks it's an example of overcriminalization, where people who did things that they did not really know what the rules were, they thought were minor, are now being hit with some very serious penalties.
Hageman said the cut-through that Sinceri took was actually an alternate path, and she's questioning his prosecution altogether. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
Nearly half the inmates in the Laramie County Detention Center have mental health conditions, and about 11% are considered extremely mentally ill. That's why, after 2 years and $700,000, the jail is opening the first special management unit in Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland explains that this jail pod is for inmates whose acute mental health issues require tight monitoring and extra care, but which is designed with good behavior incentives.
What was interesting to me is the way the architecture, its intent is bound up in its design. The officials at the jail were telling me, yeah, you can see sunlight. They're tempted by this sunlight, and some of them can even see a series of progressing, improving recreation areas culminating in the outdoor sunlight basked patio that makes them want to improve. It's good behavior that gets them out into each rec area.
Jail staffers have already identified whom to transition into it in the coming days, with the planned opening set for Friday. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
And welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. It's beautiful here in old Sheridan, Wyoming at the base of the Bighorn Mountains. It's 7:05. I'm in here. A quick glance at the weather here before we get after Paul Wallop. Mostly sunny over Wyoming today, over most of the state. A chance for afternoon rain and breezy conditions in some areas. Did you feel that gully washer last night where you were?
Oh, we were actually at dinner at Rev last night with out of town friends. Yeah, the lightning and thunder and flickering lights and everything else.
It was significant enough that I went outside to watch. I love watching weather. It's one of my goofball passions when weather comes in. I suppose as a rancher, it's probably one of your deals too, huh? But it was one of those, it was coming down so hard that I thought about flash flooding. And we get our fair share of weather, but it was exceptional last night. So I was checking it out. Okay, well, I teased the fact that you were going to be on the show here. Paul Wallop and I work together at Century 21 BHJ here in Sheridan. And myself primarily focused on the Sheridan, Gillette, Buffalo, Ranchester, Dayton, north, central, northeastern Wyoming area. That's just kind of the area that I work within. But you're, as a member of the Wallop family, that name is recognizable throughout the state of Wyoming. For me, my family, when we first moved here to Sheridan, my father was a principal out of Bighorn High School, and through that, I met your dad. Malcolm Wallop, Senator Malcolm Wallop at the time. So that was the late 70s, early 80s when I met. And I think you and I met at that time because we were out at the ranch, and I remember that there were young people running around that were around my age or a little bit younger. But for sure, we've gotten to know each other better at Century 21 BHJ real estate here in Sheridan. So, Paul Wallop, the son of former U.S. Senator, and may he rest in peace. What a great man, great man Senator Wallop was, and such a legacy that he's left here in Wyoming. What is your background? Yourself a rancher, real estate agent. What about you that I don't know?
Well, I guess I'm not sure, but no.
What's not on the police ledger?
I was born and raised here. I grew up going to school in Sheridan instead of Bighorn, because that's where my mom lived. And then, but I was raised at the ranch. And when my father was elected into the Senate, I was a freshman in high school, so I spent 1 year in public school in Virginia, and I did not like that at all. So I ended up going to a boarding school in Colorado Springs, and then went to the University of Wyoming and got a degree in microbiology. I aspired to be a veterinarian, but I never did go to graduate school. After I graduated, I moved back to the ranch, and I actually started a guide service. I was the first fishing guide in this area, and we started developing a driven pheasant shoot at the ranch and sold it as a gun club for another different operation at the ranch. We'd gotten out of the cattle business after my grandfather died, and Dad was in the Senate, and there wasn't anybody for a couple years at the ranch to kind of run anything. So anyhow, when I got back, we developed the recreation at the ranch, and that grew really well. And ultimately, the fishing side, we became an Orvis endorsed destination lodge, and that was all good until a 2008-9 crash.
Yep,
and
I remember.
Expensive play and a difficult to get to part of the world was not a good business, and so we went a couple years and finally decided we didn't need to help pay for other people's play, so we shut that down, and started actually for the buildings at the ranch, had people coming and staying. That was the beginning of the vacation home rental business, and we made that transition really well. But that's when I started my real estate career in 2011, because I thought that was actually a good transition from having people come and sharing the area and the play world. I thought helping them find a home and a place to recreate in Wyoming was a good transition.
Well, it's nice to have a real estate agent who knows the region like the back of his hand. And but you have what I've noticed is you focus a lot on farm and ranch properties, which makes sense.
Yes, that's how I got my start, and I really enjoy that side of real estate, because that's one of those things. Even if the deal doesn't necessarily work out, you get to go look at some really pretty country.
Yeah,
and so it's the selfish side of stuff. But I also like I do some residential, and I do. It is enjoyable helping people get into homes they want, or help them sell their homes and move into whatever situation they're next in life. So,
well, I agree with you. That's been my transition from media into real estate. Somebody asked me, well, Bags, how's it going? What do you think? And I said, well, I love the freedom. Mm-hmm. So you're in my little home studio here. Impressive, isn't it?
It is very impressive.
Yeah,
it's
ABC News at the top of the Chrysler
the whole
building.
World and world map.
But it's comfy, and it's 10 feet from the restroom and 20 feet from my bedroom, so it works out great. But people ask, well, Bags, I say, well, I'm glad I've still got my foot in the door here with media. It's just something that I know and do and have done 44 years of. But the real estate side of this that I've really found to be interesting, and you just kind of alluded to it, is the freedom. Mm-hmm. And so I find myself almost feeling guilty at times when something will come up, and next thing I know, I'm leaving the office and I'm going to be gone for the rest of the day because I'm taking somebody up or meeting somebody up, Highway 16 to look at a cabin property on 6-7 acres of land that God's country is right there, and I get to show off a property outside in the sunshine, hopefully. Yeah. And it's just, there is a lot of freedom in what we're doing.
Yeah, it's and that's, and I really enjoy one of the things I really enjoy is the conversations with buyers and sellers and that kind of thing.
And what their passions are, and what their dream home, their dream property might be. Well, we got onto this topic, so I know that the ranch, I saw that when it came up, and I got to look at all these pictures, and I have a few here for those of us who are listening, watching online. Tell us a little bit about the ranch first of all, and then let's talk about the fact that it's going to be available.
It's a fourth generation family ranch. My great grandfather bought the first part of the ranch in 1889, and it's been through a lot of renditions of how we make a living off it, starting with horses in the early years and cattle for a lot of years and recreation for a lot of years, and then a little bit of hybrid for a few years, and we've been kind of going along, and it's been a difficult decision for my wife and I to make, but we have decided that we're selling a large portion of the family ranch. We're labeling that part the Quarter Circle Lazy Bee, which is a brand that we used for the cattle forever in our registered Hereford that my grandfather herd that he built so beautifully well over all the years. And we're going to keep 500 acres in the heart of what my great-grandfather started with. But we need to start figuring out semi-retirement and slowing down a little bit. I'm of an age we could last a long time, but we're just beginning to think that it's a lot to keep up with, and it's in really great shape. And I'd hate to have some sort of health event or something and not be able to keep up with it and watch it start to deteriorate. So hopefully somebody will enjoy it.
Paul, I've been out there. It is. It's almost iconic. Maybe describe it, and again for those online, they're able to see it. But describe the area where the ranch sits. I know, again, going up Little Goose Road to the general vicinity, but describe that area of where the ranch is.
The ranch sits right at the foot of the mountains, and actually goes up over the face of the mountain. But it sits right at the foot of the Bighorns along Moncrief Ridge, right at the mouth of Little Goose Canyon. And it's kind of a unique setting in the way the mountains bend right there and go. Yep. My great-grandfather apparently used to describe it as it's a ranch where the mountains actually cradle you in its arms because of the way the angle of the mountains come out. It's a fairly protected area. It's got really great luscious grasslands. It's but you get up on the back of the ranch, you get grand views off to the north.
Yes.
And some rugged country, and there's home to a lot of wildlife. And it's got some good live water, a lot of ponds, and we've got moose and bear and mountain lions and deer and eagles and lots of game birds, lots and lots of game birds.
Not too far away, there's a trail system that goes through there. So I've been up on the ridge and looked down on that property on multiple occasions, and it is awe-inspiring. Mm-hmm. It really is beautiful. And, it's 1,700 acres or approximately in that range.
Yeah, it's right at 1,680 plus or minus acres right now. That is the listing. And so it's plenty of country to be able to work and play, as we always say.
Oh, you bet. Well, you can, if you're a rancher and you're looking for a place that's almost iconic, the base of the Bighorns, right at the face the front range of our Bighorn Mountains here, but it is operating. I mean, the outbuildings, the barn, those things, it is prepped ready, irrigation, everything is prepped ready for somebody to operate a ranch if that's what they wanted to do.
Yes, yeah, it's all our facilities are in really good condition, and the ground because we're mostly grass hay, we haven't been haying for quite a few years. We've actually just been grazing everything, so it's that side of things it's in really great condition, and the grasses grow really well, and with the irrigated grounds and stuff, you can rotate your grazing really well and get a couple uses on everything every year. And if a guy were to run year round, there's a really good opportunity there.
Yeah, the obviously the ranching opportunity to run livestock out there for sure, and of course horse barn and loafing sheds, all of that is there. But the other aspect of it, and you alluded to it when you were talking about recreational opportunities, Little Goose Creek runs right through there, and it's a beautiful, beautiful spot where the creek comes right out of the mountains.
And there's this little bit of Little Goose Creek that's a part of that can be good fishing. It is good fishing. We also have quite a few ponds that have some good fishing in those, and then the bird hunting is we ran it is also a licensed game bird farm. It's actually one of the oldest licensed game bird farms in the state.
Waylon, did you hear that? You got 28 million. Come on in here.
So, but there was I got to do a kind of a fun thing with on a program called The Flush, and we they did a grouse grand slam in the area, and we hunted the sharptail on the property in that, and so that was kind of fun. But there's sharptails and huns, and there are pheasants, both a few wild and released pheasants on the place, so there's good.
So if anybody that's listening or viewing, how should they contact you if this is appealing? I know you can see it on century21bhj.com. I was just looking at some of the pictures. In fact, it was very distracting as I was trying to program my show this morning. I went through every single picture, but it is on there. Make sure I say that, the Quarter Circle Lazy Bee Ranch in technically Bighorn, Wyoming. Yes. And it's about, I would say 18 miles from downtown Sheridan. Maybe not even that far.
Yeah, it's probably between 13 and 15 miles.
Yeah, so it's not that far from Sheridan, and it's certainly not that far from Bighorn and the Last Chance Bar.
Yeah, 6 miles from there.
Oh, you got that down, Pat, don't you? Right on. Well, and so check it out, century21bhj.com. Or if you wanted to give out your number, if they wanted to call you directly, and if you're serious about it, and of course you got to be able to consider it's 1,700 acres of, just gorgeous, amazing, and so there's a price tag attached to it, and most folks are logical and would understand that for sure. I can't, without you seeing the pictures, describe how beautiful it is. I've been blessed to have been out there. So I'm just going to encourage people. Do you want to give out your number, or do you want them just to go to the website?
They can go to the website. I think it'll work great. My number is 307-751-3580. But they can go to the website and get a look and make a decision on their own before they contact me.
They can always call me. Again, Paul and I work together at Century 21 BHJ in this real estate lane. And you folks know already my call or text line, 307-278-9598. So if you want to contact me, and then we can get a hold of Paul, and then we can go check it out. Remember, I'll be very, very cooperative if you say, I want to go see that. but I want you also to be a serious, contender and it's a working ranch, a big piece of land in a beautiful place. So take all that into consideration. But all right, so when we come back, I want to find out maybe what some of your other passions are and a little bit about your family. Always been kind of skirting, some of the background of your family. Again, Malcolm Wallop, your father, know exactly who he is and have done significant research, especially recently with the passing of Senator Alan Simpson. But we come back, if it's okay with you, I'd like to talk a little bit about your family and some of your background and your lineage a little bit. It's very interesting to me, and I'm sure some other people, as much as you want to talk about, Paul.
Well, we can, and it'll be enjoyable. My family does have quite a rich history in the world.
Oh, no question about that. We'll be back. It's 7:24, Saturday version of Cowboy State Daily Radio. John Baggett, my friends call me Bags, and Paul Wallop on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Back in a flash.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Panda, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
So Paul's going to play some Hugo Montenegro Clint Eastwood. I'm a huge Clint Eastwood fan, by the way. I get in arguments with a good buddy of mine who thinks, John Wayne, take nothing against the Duke, man, for sure. But I'm a Clint Eastwood guy as far as greatest American movie cowboys. How about you? That's a good question for Paul Wallop. Who's your favorite?
Well, I guess I don't know if I have a favorite, but I'll watch any Clint Eastwood movie. I'll watch almost any John Wayne movie. So.
Exactly. Yeah, you don't want to piss off the John Wayne fans. You got to be careful.
I guess
with that.
Probably my all-time Western favorite though would probably be Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
There you go. That movie with
Robert Redford
and Paul Newman. Oh God, that's a great movie. Yeah, I guess you got to throw them in there too. But I mean, come on, Outlaw Josie Wales.
Oh yeah, no, that's a good.
I
show.
mean,
I just watched that. It was just on the other day. So.
I just watched it again the other day. Must be like the 30th time that I watched it. I can't help it. If it's on and I'm going through the channels, and it doesn't matter where it is in the movie, I end up watching the rest of the movie every time. It's ridiculous, but I love it. And so yeah, that's kind of funny. Everybody has their favorite. Even people I know, inner city folks, will have. Well, they have a favorite Western too. Yeah. My favorite John Wayne movie is McClintock.
Yeah, that's got a lot of good humor in it.
Well, it does, and the fact I think it has the greatest fight scene in Western history. The one on the
barbecue.
Yeah, where they're in the pond, and that's my favorite. Shout out to my buddy Dave Ernie Lee, the big John Wayne fan. Anyway, you see how easily distracted I am, Paul? I told you this isn't all that sophisticated how I do this. So let's talk about the Wallop family a little bit. You talked about your, let's go back before Senator Wallop. Talk about your grandparents a little bit and who brought the family out here and homesteaded this beautiful property out here.
My great grandfather was the one that came out to this area. His name was Oliver Henry Wallop. He was known as Noll. Noll is a nickname for Oliver, but
Noll,
Noll, and OH or Noll he was referred to. But he was what was referred to as a remittance son, which was he was the youngest son, like the fourth son of, and I won't get the numbers right, but I think it was the 7th Earl of Portsmouth in England, and they practiced rather strict primogeniture, where the eldest son got the estate, and second sons frequently went into the military, and third sons would go into the clergy or something, but some respectable position. But any remaining sons, if the family had enough money, they were paid a remittance, which was enough money to go get started somewhere else, but not enough money to get started, fail, and have anything to come home with. So anyhow, my great-grandfather came to the United States, and he ended up, he got to Miles City, and he moved down to Otter Creek in Montana and got set up and started in the raising thoroughbred horses there for the remount program, which is the military, and was doing very well, and then ended up moving to Bighorn and bought the first part of our family ranch in 1889.
Wow.
And he partnered with
the Wild West.
Yeah, two neighbors, the Moncrief brothers at the Polo Ranch and the Quarter Circle A Ranch, which is now the Britain Museum, which is a really great place. But anyhow, they ended up getting a contract with the British Cavalry and shipped over 20,000 horses out of here to go to South Africa for the Boer War. And
20,000 horses? I can't imagine what that looks like.
And that was over a few years, but they were doing that. And then one of the things that ended up happening with my great-grandfather, though, was had a unique situation. He was already a U.S. citizen and was actually serving in the Wyoming State House. And his father and brothers died with no heirs, so he ended up inheriting the estate in England and went back and inherited the title of Earl of Portsmouth. He had to renounce his U.S. citizenship, and then he actually served in the House of Lords, which may be the only member of the House of Lords that had actually served in a foreign government, because he'd already been in the Wyoming State House.
Isn't that something?
And he did prefer Wyoming, and he did move back, and he's actually when he passed away in the 40s, he's actually buried up at Sheridan. At the family's got a little area up at Sheridan Cemetery, and but then the family, with the end of World War I, the military's mechanized, and so the remount program that was they were selling all the horses to kind of died off, and so my grandfather built a cattle herd, and he got into registered Herefords, and he did very well with that, and grew that, and we had a lot of commercial cattle, and we actually had a lot more ranch lands at the time, and that's what we were raised with, and we actually ended up with a polo ranch, which is actually where, as a kid, I grew up. That's where my dad lived.
Right.
And my family was big into polo in the area.
Yeah, let's briefly for a second, I was going to mention to folks who are listening elsewhere that the Sheridan area, Bighorn area, still to this day, very significant polo destination and operations here. There's 3 or 4 places that host. Very, very competitive, all the way, down to the locals, team sport polo, all the way up to professionals from around the world who come here and compete in our summertime, which a lot of them are from South America, where it's wintertime, so they compete up here.
There's the two main. There's the Bighorn Polo Club, which is a local polo club, and it's actually, I think, maybe one of the oldest continuous running polo clubs in the country.
Mm-hmm.
It's been going on since back in the days of the my OH and the Moncrief brothers, and then and that's really a great facility and great setup. And then right next door, the Flying H runs what's actually a mid-goal polo, but they do bring in each of the people that come up and play, bring in professionals to play with them, and that's rather spectacular sport to watch.
It is, and people who love horses and their equestrian lifestyle may not know that when we moved up here from Wheatland in the mid 70s, we knew it was beautiful up here. We wanted to live here. We've been here, the family, since 1979 now. But it was after coming here that we experienced the level and the incredible equestrian lifestyle here, and the polo community. Very active community here. And unless you've seen it up close, and that's one of the cool things about it here, most of them are free.
Oh, yeah.
And you pull in there, you back your truck up, put up an umbrella, and, have your, little fancy snacks and, maybe a libation or two, and you get to watch polo, depending on where the what is it? It's not a ball. It's a
well, they play with a ball.
It is a ball. Well, it's round. It is called the ball.
It's a ball.
I forgot. It's probably called something else. It's not a puck, but anyway, it may roll right up to your feet, and next thing you know, you're involved because you got to get it back out there. And then in between the chuckers, quarters, or how do they?
Yeah, there's 6 chuckers, which are basically innings, and then at halftime, but after the third chucker, there's the divot stomp, which
that's
you
what
can
I was
get out
to.
and go out, and everybody goes and walks around the field. And, and
fixes the divots.
Puts divots back in, and it's a great way to stretch your legs, and it just makes for a fun afternoon. You just take a good tailgate and set
really
yourself up with a picnic and relax in the sunshine and have a good time.
Well, and out there too, coming up here at the end of the summer, over Labor Day weekend, we'll have Don King Days out there too, and that's unique in the fact that it's basically rodeo with no fences.
Yeah, they have polo matches to start the day, and then there's steer roping out onto the wide open polo fields, and then they actually do bronc riding out in the open as well for the afternoon. And there's it's Sunday and Monday at Labor Day weekend, and that's a really great event.
It is. I've taken family and friends who've come to visit to Don King Days, and I tell them, got to be on your toes. You're not in a grandstand. There's horses bucking around you.
In the very early days, it got really wild.
Yeah, I've heard of some of the stories where the
fun,
horse ended up not in the bar, but very close to it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, I wanted to talk a little bit more about your family's royalty connection. You talked about it a little bit. But I have one last break here. We'll do that when we come back. And in 1984, Queen Elizabeth and her entourage were here in Sheridan, Wyoming. For those of you that don't know it, she made a special point of it, and probably related to because of the Wallop family and because of our polo connection. That's what I understand. You're gonna fix what I've misinterpreted, but that's why you're here, pal. So this is Paul Wallop, of the son of the late great Senator Malcolm Wallop, and we are just talking about everything from real estate to polo to fishing the little goose, and now we're going to talk about royalty. So that's just the diversity of this show, Paul.
Yeah.
It's your buddy Bags at 7:40, the Saturday edition of Cowboy State Daily Radio. Stick around. It's getting interesting, folks.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
And welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Radio. I'm John Baggett, a.k.a. Bags. It's like my dad is Bags, my brothers are Bags, my sister even. We were just Bags. Yeah, it's just the way it goes. I think they called my dad Bison Bags. Yeah, perfect for Bags in Wyoming. Yeah, I wish I had that one instead of just plain Bags.
You may be able to get it at some point.
Oh, ouch, ouch. Hey, Dad, he said it, not me. But yeah, since we're talking about family, a lot of royalty in the Baggett family. I'll tell you what right there. This is Paul Wallop, and he and I work together at Century 21 BHJ Realty, Inc. in Sheridan, Wyoming. Paul is famous, infamous, very much well known for his, ranch and farm properties that you represent, and of course he's available. Just go to century21bhj.com, and they have all of our names and numbers there if you want to contact him about any property, especially the ranch property we talked about earlier. In case you missed it, the Quarter Circle Lazy Bee Ranch in Bighorn, almost 1,700 acres of beautiful prime Wyoming real estate. It doesn't get more Wyoming than that little chunk of land. That is for sale, and Paul is representing that. It's a family legacy ranch here in the beautiful Bighorn Mountains. So, all right, so 1984 is when I really paid attention, because I was working at the local radio station here, KROE, and the Queen was coming. Mm-hmm. The Queen of England. Queen Elizabeth is coming to Sheridan. So that's when I started having to pay attention. Well, why? Why was she coming? And we'll get to the connection that you have to British royalty that you did mention earlier with your great-grandfather.
Well, the Queen, my dad's sister married an Englishman, and those he was friends with the Queen as a young man, but he also became the Queen's racing manager. But they'd been my aunt and uncle were, and their children are actually close to the royal family. And Prince Philip had been out in I think it was, late 60s. And had been to the ranch, and she'd known everybody, or a bunch of people that had been out to the area, and she came to Kentucky to look at racehorses. She was very interested in horse racing.
Yeah, I knew that.
And so while she was that close, she did a private vacation to the ranch. And just to be able to see it and visit her friends, my uncle Porchy and Aunt Jeannie, in my aunt's home ranch, and so that was a good time. I actually didn't come over for that trip. I was working at the time for the Triangle X Ranch in Jackson, and was on their hunting camps. And so I was a 5-hour horseback ride in the Teton Wilderness area in a snowstorm while the Queen was here.
So I have that experience that you don't. That's almost funny. But so what I have, unfortunately, a lot of our listeners can't see it. And just a reminder to those listening, if I'm ever referencing a picture that I'm showing online, all of our shows on Cowboy State Daily Radio are archived.
Oh, okay.
So later on this afternoon, if you want to see how this went, Paul,
okay.
you can go on there and check it out, and you can share it with whoever you want with that link. But because what I'm showing right now is actually a picture of Queen Elizabeth and her entourage in front of the Mint Bar on Main Street in Sheridan. And I also have the newspaper article, Queen arrives in Wyoming amid close security. You think? I mean, can you imagine both our security and then her Secret Service? I don't know what they call it, but
well, yeah, the Queen had to be well guarded, because there always have been people that would potentially, particularly in those days with much more of the Irish issues.
Yeah.
But that all went pretty well.
They left. I understand it. We left a good impression. I remember being at the radio station at KROE, and we got a memo from her, the British Secret Service. That's probably not what they're called. And it was a list of things to do and don't do that we were asked to read on the radio to share with Wyoming folks about not approaching her and, what would be appropriate. And I'll never forget that there was a request by her organization to cancel or postpone hunting season.
Well, there was with the preliminary trips out
early on
to secure the to make a plan to make sure they knew what they were in for the security and whatnot. In those days, everybody had a gun rack in the back of their pickup, in the back window of their pickup, and everybody was had a rifle in there. And they began to notice that there were an awful lot of vehicles driving around with guns in them. And so they asked about it, and they said, well, when your Queen comes, it'll be opening day of the rifle season. And in that day and age, they actually generally closed schools because everybody's going to be gone anyhow. And so they said, well, is there any way we could postpone that? Apparently the sheriff at the time said, well, we could consider that, but if you did that, then about the only thing that might be in season would be your Queen.
Ouch. My gosh.
So they realized that wasn't such a good idea. And all the neighbors, when they're up the ranch, all the neighbors didn't actually host anybody for a few days. They didn't hunt up in the canyon that much.
Oh, I didn't know that.
To kind of just let it be a little bit quieter. But yeah, that's always big lore about the Queen's visit.
So I told Deb, and I was teasing, I said, Paul will be our first guest who is actually has a lineage in royalty. I was teasing her about it. So how does that work? I mean, you've talked about it a little bit. So family connected to royalty, how does that trickle down to my buddy Paul, whose office is right down the hall from me?
Yeah. Well, it doesn't really. There's no
direct.
There's no way that I could ever actually
become
anything.
Duke
No.
of
Bighorn. I mean, it's
you are the Duke of Bighorn already, but
that as far as the Earl of Portsmouth, my my cousin is the current Earl of Portsmouth, but he is the descendant of my great uncle. Because my grandfather was my great grandfather had 2 sons, and then the eldest was Jared Wallop, and he's kind of an interesting character because he was actually a man that was born in the American frontier west. He was born literally at Canyon Ranch, and I'm not for sure, but I think it was 1895, somewhere about there, and even before they found out that my great-grandfather would inherit the title, he was actually, at age 13, put on a train at Miles City and shipped back to England for his education. And my grandfather stayed here, but anyhow, my great-uncle Jared inherited the title when my great-grandfather passed, and then his children have it, and have all the estate in England and whatnot. And we are definitely in contact and friendly with them. They're wonderful people. But yeah, they have all children's and other generations going.
Dang.
So that's not going to happen.
I hear you. Now your pop. So you are of the lineage of American royalty, and you're just going to have to accept that from me, whether you like it or not. I have a shot here of your dad with Bob Dole and John McCain and some other guys from another generation of American politicians there who I don't recognize. Mitchell is in this picture too, and can't see the other guy. But again, for folks who can't see it, please just check out the archive on our website, Cowboy State Daily Radio. Your father, when I hear feedback about him and his style, it was almost like, Daddy's Home when he was interviewed. In other words, he was kind of the bottom line guy. The impression us as citizens, Wyoming citizens, is that he was extremely competent, number one, but credible, number two. When Senator Wallop spoke, people listened. What was it like growing up in that atmosphere?
Well, one thing about Dad is he was exceedingly well read. He read anything he could get information on anything he was working on, and he one time referred he probably read close to 1,000 pages a day, with everything that went along while he was in the Senate. So when conversing with him, and he was very respectful a very respectful listener as well, but he was so well read, and his information was usually spot on, so it's kind of tough. But as far as that goes, as a young man and I was growing up, I did one time get really frustrated and said, "Why can't you let me make my own mistakes?" Because trying to argue with him, he was always right, or not always, but mostly right. And I'm like, look, I just want to be wrong once.
Let me have it, Dad, please. Well, it's funny because I'm the son of the guidance counselor, football coach, and eventually a high school principal, and I thought that was rough. And your dad's United States Senator from Wyoming. Yeah, I bet there was a little bit of pressure there, dude.
No, but that was, and actually, Dad, he loved Wyoming a lot, and that was, he loved coming back to the state and conversing with people. And, if things have been tough, the one thing I always knew was things have been tough in Washington, or work have been tough. When he was in the state, he always, he would come back to the ranch for at least one night or two to get a little rest before he went back, because that was his piece.
Well, you just coming back to be around your constituents, not to forget who you are, because you can take the boy out of Bighorn, Wyoming, but taking that to Washington is what we want when we elect our representatives. We want somebody who, somewhat to a certain extent, has an understanding of our lifestyle and take it there, as opposed to bringing from Washington, D.C., which we have very little connection to at all, and that lifestyle, and bringing it here. Some people have been known to do that. They get disconnected from their peeps, back home. And your father and the late, great Senator Alan Simpson were known for being very, very down to earth and approachable.
Yeah.
Did the friendship relationship between Senator Simpson and your father, what was that like?
They were good friends. They were friends when they were in the state legislature together and had done quite a bit together. And Dick Cheney was our representative then.
Yep.
And those three had really teamed up and worked really well together during the time, and actually made Wyoming a really powerful little state during that.
It was. So. I mean, you see, our current delegation work hard, good people, and so on. But I think at that point in time, in that era, we had some, I like the word yank with our delegation between Cheney, Wallop, and Simpson. What a team, huh?
Yeah, exactly. They knew how to use their 3 votes and work together on anything they were doing to really help Wyoming, and that was and the West. That was their goal, was to figure out how to really protect our area interest and how it played into national politics.
You bet. Well, we're out of time. I told you this was going to go fast, my friend. Yep. It is 7:59. Paul Wallop, thank you, sir, for being here with me, buddy. I'll see you at work on Monday, Century 21 BHJ. Get a hold of Paul there, too, if you're interested in working with him on the real estate side of things. It's 8 o'clock. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. Back soon.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Wyoming leaders on Thursday announced they're challenging the order by which a judge has blocked the state's school choice program. Laramie County District Court Judge Peter Froelicher on Tuesday issued a preliminary injunction blocking the Steamboat Legacy Scholarship Program, while public school advocacy group Wyoming Education Association and a handful of parents challenge it in court. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the state's appeal to the Wyoming Supreme Court was announced by Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder, who is a proponent of school choice.
It takes a few days or weeks, but in the coming weeks, they'll argue against the reasoning that Froelicher deployed. And before that, they'll ask the High Court to stay his decision, basically undo his decision while they evaluate the reasoning that led him to it.
Had it been allowed to go into effect, the program would have allocated a per-family maximum of $7,000 towards state contractor-held accounts for approved families to put toward private school tuition or homeschooling. A 49-year-old woman who acted as a mule to traffic meth, fentanyl, and cocaine to Wyoming from Colorado will spend up to 8 years in prison. Heather Marie Russell pleaded guilty Thursday to 10 drug-related charges. As part of the plea deal, Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Russell is agreeing to testify honestly against known and unknown co-conspirators in the enterprise that brought drugs from Colorado to Natrona County, then sold them to local buyers.
She apologized to the court and to the community for her actions. She said that she was thankful to be sober and that she wanted the judge to just go ahead and sentence her today. She didn't want a pre-sentence investigation or anything, so the judge sentenced her to concurrent sentences that will mean she'll serve up to 8 years in prison.
DCI's investigation of Russell tracked her traveling between Natrona County and Colorado to buy drugs. Agents did controlled buys from Russell starting in February 2024, and informants and co-conspirators pointed to Russell as a source for fentanyl. U.S. House Judiciary Committee member Harriet Hageman of Wyoming is investigating the prosecution of an Idaho ultra runner for going off a trail in Grand Teton National Park. 33-year-old Michelino Sinceri has never denied cutting the switchback during a run in the national park on September 2, 2024. It was his disclosure of the switchback cut on social media that caught the National Park Service's attention and resulted in a misdemeanor charge. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry reports that Hageman feels Sunseri's case is an example of overzealous prosecution.
It appears that even after the National Park Service sort of stepped away from this, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Wyoming has been plowing straight ahead with this prosecution. One plea offer reportedly would have been 1,000 hours of community service and a 5-year prohibition from setting foot in the park. Harriet Hageman thinks it's an example of overcriminalization, where people who did things that they did not really know what the rules were, they thought were minor, are now being hit with some very serious penalties.
Hageman said the cut-through that Sunseri took was actually an alternate path, and she's questioning his prosecution altogether. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
Nearly half the inmates in the Laramie County Detention Center have mental health conditions, and about 11% are considered extremely mentally ill. That's why, after 2 years and $700,000, the jail is opening the first special management unit in Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland explains that this jail pod is for inmates whose acute mental health issues require tight monitoring and extra care, but which is designed with good behavior incentives.
What was interesting to me is the way the architecture, its intent is bound up in its design. The officials at the jail were telling me, yeah, you can see sunlight. They're tempted by this sunlight, and some of them can even see a series of progressing, improving recreation areas culminating in the outdoor sunlight basked patio that makes them want to improve. It's good behavior that gets them out into each rec area.
Jail staffers have already identified whom to transition into it in the coming days, with the planned opening set for Friday. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Hey, welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Radio. Your buddy Bags at 8:05. It is 64 degrees right now in Sheridan, Wyoming. Quick look at the forecast here for the Cowboy State. Mostly sunny over much of Wyoming today, with a chance of afternoon rain and breezy conditions in some areas. Highs from near 80 to low 90s, and our lows in the low 40s, probably in the high country, to the low 60s. Currently, around the region in Cheyenne, it's 69 degrees and mostly sunny. Casper, 72. In Yellowstone, in the park, it's only 50 degrees. See, you're going up in elevation. In one of my favorite places on the planet, Baggs, Wyoming, it is 64 degrees and sunny. And let's see, Torrington, 67, sunny skies. And in Sheridan, Wyoming, as I said, we're at 61 degrees now. And right here, I'm sharing the space here with a gentleman that I respect and like, and am very interested in his story, Pat Woodard. Pat, how are you this morning, my friend?
Doing well, Bags. How about yourself?
Doing great. So we got the weather here. Where are you on God's green planet?
Now, on God Greed's planet, I am in just south of Parker, Colorado. I'm sure you know where that is.
Yes.
It's kind of on the south end of the Denver metro area. Beautiful day here. It's supposed to be up into the mid-80s. I think we can manage that.
Yeah, you almost sound like a weatherman, but that's not your that's not your shtick.
Might be the only thing I haven't done.
I know. Well, me doing my research, I knew you were an interesting guy. But then, I better find out what the heck Pat Woodard is all about. And boy, a lot in there that I did not know. Let me just try to intro you to a certain extent and fix me where I'm wrong. But we know each other. By the time you and I started working together, I had transitioned into sales at iHeart. We may have been Clear Channel at that point. in Denver.
No, I think we were iHeart the whole time that I was there.
Okay.
Now you may have transitioned when it was Clear Channel to iHeart, but it was iHeart when I started, and that was I started there part-time in 2009 and went full-time in 2013 at KOA.
2013, you bet. Well, and at that time, and I know that your position has evolved over time. What were you doing, and why did they hire you?
All right. I've had a really, I guess maybe checkered career. I worked in radio pretty much almost after I got out of high school, exclusively for almost 15 years. Then I took a sabbatical from radio, I guess we could call it, and I did television exclusively for 20 years.
That's the part I did not know, and in fact, I found some pictures of you.
Yeah,
in television.
Exactly. And after what happened was, I had been working at Channel 7 in Denver for 11 years, and in 2000 I went freelance. And after I went freelance, I had a great career working for the likes of National Geographic Television for about 6 or 7 years. And then we had the Great Recession. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And the clients that I had that were doing television at the time really pulled back, and I was just not getting any commissions. I was going from doing 50 or 60 assigned pieces a year to almost none. And so I had to figure out what I was going to do, because I wasn't at an age or a financial situation where I was ready to retire. But here I am, a guy probably in my mid-50s. I had to do something. And I'd always kind of kept in the back of my head, maybe I could do radio again. I always loved radio, and I thought it came more easily to me than television.
You should have been disqualified because you had a face for television, and you're back here, slumming with the ugly people in radio. But
in any case, I went to the news department and talked to Kathy Walker, who was news director at the time.
Love you, Kathy. Hope you're listening.
Yeah. And she hired me to go part-time. And I started doing news part-time, and I was still getting some TV work on the side. So I had this kind of hybrid career going on. And I did that from 2009 until 2013. And then I had kind of a crossroads come. I was offered a full-time job at KOA doing their morning drive business and money news, which I had been doing on a part-time basis anyway. And at the same time, I had another TV client suddenly show up with what in essence would have been a full-time job, fairly similar to what I was doing before I got back into radio. But I just didn't want to travel the way that I had before. I liked the idea of going to bed in my own bed and waking up in my own bed, even though it was at 3:15 in the morning. So I ended up taking that job. And I still, even as I did that, was doing some freelance TV work on the side. And then I also got hired by AAA, which a lot of the AAA chapters have their own magazine, kind of a travel magazine. And the one in Colorado did at the time, and it had something like 400,000 or 500,000 subscribers, so a pretty wide readership. They started hiring me to do travel articles for them. So I had about 3 balls that I was trying to juggle in the air at the same time.
You're not just winging it here. Again, in my research, 12-time Emmy Award winner, inducted into the Emmy Organization Silver Circle. That sounds impressive, recognizing career achievement, and you've been doing this a while, and lots of other awards and accolades, like what else?
Well, let's see. I've won a number of.
Talk to people that's been awarded as much as you have. Let's just put it that way.
I've won a number of Edward R. Murrow Awards for writing and for breaking news coverage and sports reporting and documentary work. A lot of Associated Press Awards, Colorado Broadcast Awards. You hang around long enough, they start giving you stuff.
True.
So
Not true. I want to talk about some of that experience you have with documentaries, because it's fascinating with National Geographic. experiences. Tell me about some of those, because to me that's almost a reward for being as proficient at this media gig that you are, to be able to work with National Geographic.
Well, this came around after I'd gone freelance for about a year. And I had a couple of clients that I was doing some work for, nothing really major and nothing that was enough probably to sustain me financially. But a friend of mine who was a photographer that I worked with at Channel 7 for a decade had gone freelance before me and was starting to get some work with National Geographic. And he approached me and said, I think they may be looking for someone like you, a storyteller, who can work for them. They had a show that they were just starting. It was called National Geographic Today, and it was on the National Geographic Channel. It was a 1-hour program hosted like a news program with a male and female anchor, and they would toss to people like me who were in the field doing National Geographic type stories. And my buddy and I, what we ended up doing was doing a piece on spec for them, where we paid for it out of our own pocket. There was absolutely no assurance from them that they were going to pick it up or run it. And what we ended up doing is we drove down to Ouray, Colorado, which is in the southwestern corner of the state. And we went down there as they were having their ice climbing festival. Every winter, they have a box canyon in town, and they have ice falls, waterfalls that form into ice. And They have ice climbing events and competitions. So we went down to do a story about that, put it together, sent it off to National Geographic, and then sat back to wait to see if they were going to run it, or if they were going to contact us to tell us they were going to run it. The next thing I heard, it had actually been on the air. They had not even come back to us and said, yeah, we want to run this. They just ran it and said, start giving us more.
Wow.
So I ended up working for National Geographic probably for about 5 years, and it was really just my ticket to the world. I mean, we did everything from following the Lewis and Clark Trail from beginning to end and doing a half-hour documentary on that, to we did a story where we traced the Colorado River from its beginning to its end and did stories about water conflict and water use and all of the demands on the river, which actually dries up before it even gets to the Gulf of California. And then one of the favorite ones that we did was, and these were all things that I pitched to them, hoping that they would approve it. We rode the Orient Express train from Paris to Istanbul.
Yes.
And did stories about that. And the reason that was more of, it sounds like kind of a tourist excursion, but really this was at a time when a lot of countries in Eastern Europe were still just coming off the yoke of communist domination by the Soviet Union.
Sure.
And so the Orient Express, which had been a regular train through a number of these countries for much of their history, had been absent for a long time and had just started running again through those countries. And one of the things that I remember about that in particular is we were somewhere, it was I believe it was in Romania, and we were parked at a train station, and we were in the bar car. And keep in mind, the Orient Express is what you expect. If you've done any reading about it, you have to get dressed up for dinner. I had a tuxedo and I had a suit. We went to the bar car and we were in there enjoying ourselves with all these other people.
And you expect to run into like Humphrey Bogart or somebody.
Yeah, exactly.
In a white tuxedo.
There was one guy, and his name was Ernst, and he was a European count or something like that, and he wore a sash with medals on it and insisted that we were not to call him by his first name, so I called him Ernie. But what I remember is when we were at the train station, suddenly I looked at the window and I could see faces pressed up against the glass looking in at us. And I thought, oh my God, here we are showing off our wealth, having a great time with these people who are really struggling in these
Orient
countries.
Express, crazy.
And they must just absolutely hate us. And I found out later, we went outside and talked to a few people, and it was just the opposite. They said we look at this as something that we once had and don't anymore, and this is something that we aspire to.
Yeah.
And we see this train as helping put our country back on the map. So they didn't resent us at all, which was a big relief. And that was just a great trip because it opened up our eyes to how some of these countries that had been beaten down for so long are starting to at least make the effort to come back.
You bet. We're talking to Pat Woodard. How would I describe you now at KOA? Correspondent, news editor.
I guess my title is news anchor, but I'm the business and money editor.
Right.
So in the morning drive show, Colorado's Morning News, which runs from 5 a.m. to 9 a.m.
See, I tell people that, 6 a.m., because at one point, I don't know if you knew this, but Kathy Walker does. I was the executive producer for that morning show.
I did know that.
Back at the Gus Merkus, Steve Kelly,
right.
Daryl Luby, Carol McKinley, who am I going to forget here? Keith Wyman, et cetera, era of 850 KOA radio. So I had to be at work by like 4:15, 4:30 in the morning. So for me to do a 6A to 10A show, and I've never been able to sleep in after that experience, even long after I stopped doing morning radio. So to do a 6A to 10A, getting up,
it's like sleeping in,
isn't the problem. It's
now,
my voice
for
holds
me,
out for 4 hours is what the issue is.
I get up at 3:15. I'm into work around 4 o'clock, and but I only work until a little after 9. I do a newscast at 9, and then I'm done. A few years ago, I was at a point where I thought I might retire, and in talking to my superiors at KOA, they said, well, maybe we can work out something that's not quite retirement, but gives you a little more time. So we worked out a deal where all I do is go in during morning drive. I don't have to stay and do the midday newscasts. So really, I'm out of there, 30 hours is my max. And I like that. I get out of work early enough that I can still do things if I can stay awake. But even when we get to weekends like today and tomorrow, I was up at 5 this morning, and that's pretty much the norm on weekends.
Now
if
keep that in mind as I'm trying to book that 6 a.m. hour, pal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, I've had my first break here. It's 8:20 on Saturday morning with your buddy Bags and Cowboy State Daily Radio with 850 KOA Denver's Pat Woodard joining us in the Zoom room today. We'll get back to our conversation. Pat, when we get back, we talked about kind of the fun aspects of your, history with the Orient Express. That's fascinating, pal. Lucky you. But then some more serious stuff. You've been involved with a Vietnam series that you did on Channel 7, and I'm curious about that. I am somewhat of a war history nut. And I also have a son serving in the Army at Fort Bragg in North Carolina. He's a captain and commander, airborne ranger. And so just that experience in the Vietnam era especially is interesting to me because I was kind of born up and raised as a child into a young teenager during that era. So when we get back, can we talk about that a little bit, my friend?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, let's go to the break then. Your buddy Bags here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Thank you for tuning in this morning.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags on a Saturday. It's 8:24, and I have the 850 KOA Denver Money in Business editor, news anchor, here on the show with me this morning. We're talking about media and other things. I also want to get to the fact that what we do have in common, Pat, is our passion for hiking. And I hope that you were able to hear my first hour. It was all about hiking, the whole first hour.
No, I missed it. Sorry.
Well, lucky you, it's all archived.
But I can hear it. Yeah, I'll hear it later. I'm sure I'll listen to it.
CowboyStateDailyRadio.com, and you'll get to hear Pat, too, and you'll get to see how handsome you are in my Zoom room as well. And so what we're talking about, we were talking about some kind of fun stuff, and Pat's background, very extensive. And I learned a lot about the fact that he's television type too. You know, we have issues with you television types and radio.
Talking heads.
Yeah, you betcha. So but I did see in my research that you had done some work on a Vietnam series. I don't know if you would describe it as a documentary. But
we
describe
actually did both a series and a documentary.
Gotcha. Tell me a little bit about that, because as I mentioned before the break, it is one of my passions, and I'm sure others, war history, but then particularly Vietnam War. Tell me about that experience.
Well, I was working at Channel 7 at the time, and this was in 1995. And it was the spring of 1995. And so we were coming up on the 30th anniversary of the fall of Saigon and the end of the Vietnam War. One of my friends at Channel 7 was a kind of unofficial photographer. He had been a video editor, but wanted to do photography in the field. And so he was going out on his own time on weekends and taking a camera and kind of learning his craft and boning up his skills, but he was not officially on the photography staff. He approached me, and I found out from him that he was a Marine veteran and had served when he was 17 years old in Vietnam during the Vietnam War, and had actually been back there once since then. You know, a number of Vietnam veterans still have some sort of attachment to where either they have unfinished issues or I don't know what it is, but a lot of them go back to Vietnam at some point. Okay. So this friend of mine, Mike is his name, he did a lot of work and said, you know what, I think we can go to Vietnam and do a series about what the country's like on, approaching the 30th anniversary of the end of the war. Well, we went and presented it to our bosses at the at Channel 7, and were told in no uncertain terms that they were not interested.
Why?
Nobody cares about that. It's over. And not only that, it's expensive to do. So what we ended up proposing was that we would go on our own, pay for it out of our own pocket, and then bring it back. And if they liked it, then they could have it and reimburse us for our time and our expense. And that's the basis on which we went over. And we spent a couple of weeks in the country, starting in Hanoi. Spent a lot of time in Hanoi and around Da Nang before working our way down south to Saigon, or what became Ho Chi Minh City. But really, we didn't do hardly any shooting south of Da Nang. Most of it was in Da Nang and the Hanoi area.
Shooting as in
video.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sometimes the terms are not completely familiar to everyone.
Just kidding.
Well, so we went over and started doing some work in Hanoi, and got some interesting elements there. But we were scouting around for a story, and we found out, and I don't even remember how we learned this. And keep in mind, this is before the United States had established diplomatic relations with Vietnam. So there was still no official contact between the governments of the U.S. and Vietnam.
Together. I was going to ask you about that.
So we found out that there was a U.S. military crew in what was North Vietnam working to recover the remains of MIAs and Americans killed in action who had not been recovered.
Sure.
We had no advanced setup. We just went, we found out where they were, where their office was. And of course, none of them are in uniform, because we don't have any, they didn't want to be advertising the fact that the U.S. military, was over there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we went to their office, knocked on the door, and just asked them, can we go out in the field with you if you have a project that's going on nearby, close, where you're actively working to recover remains? And I don't know, I didn't expect that we would get yes for an answer, but we did. So we went out to a rice paddy, probably somewhere in the Hanoi area. And there had been, I believe it was an F-4, which was a two-seater. There were two crew members aboard that plane. And it had been shot down and had crashed in this rice paddy. And of course, it crashed and burned. And so there were not a lot of remains to be found, except for burned bone fragments and things like that. But they had mission records, so they had a pretty good idea of who it was that had gone down in those planes. And so we spent the day with them out there in the rice paddy, in the mud that was up to our knees, as they're digging to find these remains, so they can then positively identify them at some point and return them to the families and give those families some element of closure about the loved one that they lost during the Vietnam War. And so that was just an incredible experience. And the people that we interviewed, there were a few civilians, but most of them were, I believe, Air Force personnel who were over there. And all of them we interviewed just talked about what an honor it was to be involved in a project like that. And it really left a lasting impression on me.
Did it ever see the light of day eventually?
Oh yeah, that's the rest of the story. So we ended up shooting a lot more material in Vietnam. We ran into veterans from the United States. We ran into veterans from Australia. And we just did a lot of things that we ended up, and keep in mind, this was at a time when you were shooting videotapes. It wasn't on a card, or it wasn't digital. Yeah. It was all on an actual videotape. So you had to take enough tape, and each of the tapes were could probably hold about 30 minutes worth of video.
That's all. Okay.
Yeah. And so you got a lot of stuff that you're carrying and a lot of weight.
Yeah.
Well, we get to the airport in Saigon, or Ho Chi Minh City, to leave the country. And as we're trying to leave the country, they confiscated all of our videotapes. Everything that we had shot from the moment we got there till the moment we packed it all up, they took them.
And again, as you said, we were not diplomatic relations at this time.
So we didn't really, we had no leverage and really nowhere to turn to get any help with this. No embassy, no mission, no nothing. And we said, why are you taking these? And they said, well, the censor has to look at them to make sure that you're not shooting some government installations or doing pornography or whatever. But we found out later that was really just an excuse to get some more money out of us. We had pissed off, pardon my French, a person from the government who was kind of supposed to be our keeper for a while when we were over there. And we were so naive when we were there, I didn't realize that the meter was running the whole time that this guy was with us. And we finally ended up getting rid of him about 2/3 of the way through the trip, but he wasn't happy about it. And he put the word out to
shake him down. Let's get him.
Shake him down. Absolutely. So they took all of our videotape. We get back to the United States, and we did have a guy on the ground in Vietnam, a Vietnamese American guy who was born in Vietnam, but then had moved to the United States and become an American citizen. But he still had a lot of family over there, and he still did a lot of work over there and was over there a lot. So we got him on the case to try to get them back, our videotapes back. I think it ended up costing us about $700 to get them back. And this is already on top of everything that we've spent out of pocket for airfare and hotels and food and everything else that we've done. Then the news director still didn't have any interest in it. But what happened was we were approaching May, and in television, May is a sweeps month.
Oh, yeah.
And that is, of course, when they tabulate the ratings that are then used to set advertising rates. So a lot of TV stations try to run their best material during the sweeps months in May, and I think October was the other one at the time. And so they were having a meeting, the managers were having a meeting about what are we going to run during sweeps month. And I think it was the general manager who was hearing all the ideas and said, no, I don't like that. Don't like that. Don't like that. Well, we had one guy in our corner who was the managing editor at Channel 7, and he kind of had our Vietnam series in his back pocket. And so when he was hearing that they weren't happy with anything they were getting, he says, well, I've got something. Pat Woodard and Mike LeClaire are just back from Vietnam, and they've got enough material to do a 5-part series if you want.
Wow.
And the general manager said, really? Well, why didn't I know about that?
If you only knew the trials and tribulations to get this here, pal. Oh, yeah.
Right. So we ended up doing a 5-part series that aired during the sweeps, and then we did a half-hour documentary that aired as well. So it had a happy ending, and we did get
Where can I find it?
Where could you find it? I have no idea where it would exist at this
point.
point.
Tell me the name of it, its actual name, so I can Google search.
It was called Vietnam, The Long Road Back.
Vietnam, The Long Road Back, because that's something, that's one of my passions, pal.
Right.
So,
I to be honest, some of this stuff, even material that I did for National Geographic, which came much later than when I was at Channel 7, it's hard to find. It's hard to come by. Most of the material that I have, that I've saved, is on DVD, and who has a DVD player anymore?
Well,
so the technology has changed so much that you've really got to kind of keep up with it. So just from my archive, most of it's on DVD at this point.
Well, I'm going to, from my old hat as a producer, I'm going to tell you to get those DVDs transferred so that you can post the link and share that with folks, because there's a lot of people out there that, like you and I, have an interest in that. Your history, your career, fascinates me because of the many facets of it. But obviously, you've run into some celebrity types, rubbing elbows with. I'm curious as to who might be, somebody that you would even mention that you've met, because we had this thing in radio, when people would come to the radio station. I mean, President Carter came when I was working, and, all these sports, so John Elway would be there and Terrell Davis. And it was kind of a thing, you weren't really supposed to approach them with personal stuff. Hey, can you sign this for me? But I bet you've had some run-ins with some pretty famous folks.
Probably, but there's one that stands out more than any of them. And this is when I was working at Como TV in Seattle, which was the ABC affiliate there. I had gone there. I'd been working at CBS in New York in radio, and that is when I made the switch to television, and went to Seattle for my TV job. And I was working at Como, and there was some sort of event involving Boeing and United, and it was a round-the-world flight of a 747 that was going to leave from Seattle and fly around the world and come back to Seattle. And they were trying to set some sort of record, the exact nature of which escapes me now. But we went down to Boeing Field to do live reports for the newscast. And the photographer and I set up, and we've got the 747 in the background, and it looks great. And I'm doing a few live shots, but really it's just live reports. We hadn't interviewed anyone or anything like that. And between live shots, we looked over by the building, standing on the curb, and I see this guy there, and he's all by himself, just looking at the plane. And I looked at my photographer and I said, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that Neil Armstrong?
The first man on the moon?
First man on the moon. And all by himself, no entourage, no marketing guy, nobody around him. And also famously reclusive, at least when it comes to the news media. Not really somebody who was very approachable to do interviews. And I said, well, that is him, and I would feel pretty stupid if we didn't at least attempt to talk to him. So we walked over, and I introduced myself, and I said, well, what are you doing here? He says, well, I'm going to be on that flight. I'm going around the world with him. And I said, well, can we talk to you about that? And almost before he even got yes or no out of his mouth, I was putting a microphone on him, so it was almost kind of a done deal. And I did make him one promise. I said, look, I'm not going to ask you something stupid like, what was it like to be on the moon? Because those are the kind of questions that just, from what I had heard, he really kind of ruffled his feathers and turned him off. I wanted to talk to him, I said, about flight. Here you are, someone with the background that you've got and with the accomplishments you've got, and yet you're still so engaged in flight that you want to be on this plane.
I bet those guys, that's what they want to talk about too. Yeah.
Absolutely. So give him something he wants to talk about. And that kind of opened the door to where I finally did say, I didn't say what was it like to be on the moon, but I framed the question of, compare this to something like what you've done in the past, going to the moon, and how that sense of exploration and excitement in flight is still with you. And so it was a short interview. It didn't last very long, but it's the best get I ever got because it was accidental and unexpected, and I fully expected to get shot down when I asked him to talk to us.
Well, my closest one that I can do with that, where I was kind of agog and a little shell shocked, was, believe it or not, mine is Johnny Bench at the John Elway Invitational Golf Tournament. He was such a childhood hero of mine.
Sure.
And I had many opportunities. Did a lot of gathering of sound when I was doing the producer role at different events. And I think I made a complete fool of myself that I just couldn't put two words together, but basically was, would you please sign this?
Right.
And he did, and I was kind of going out of character. I shouldn't have been doing that, but it was Johnny Bench, for God's sake. And I know of one other celebrity that you've been around, and I'm excited to talk about it because, well, I'm not going to give it away before the commercial break, but it's pretty interesting, folks. I think so anyway. It's 8:42, Saturday morning's version of Cowboy State Daily Radio. We do this now 7 days a week, 6A to 10A. We've taken this Cowboy State Daily online newspaper, and we've expanded into radio, Pat. That's what we're doing here. Do me a favor, lean in. What does your hat say?
My hat, I'll actually see if I can take it off for a minute.
It's been bouncing around there, and I'm curious about it. Oh, USS Colorado, you betcha.
Which is a submarine.
Yes.
And it was commissioned, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, a dozen years ago, something like that. I actually thought I was going to get to go out to the commissioning and write an article on it for AAA's magazine, but it didn't work out.
But you got the hat, and it looks good.
I was at a golf tournament, a celebrity golf tournament, and a couple of crew members were there, and that's how I ended up getting the hat. And now every time I wear it, and I go to the grocery store or whatever, somebody thanks me for my service.
Yeah, I have,
which is awkward.
My son has given me Ranger T-shirts and airborne shirts and hats, and I won't wear them because that happened to me.
Right.
So Deb wears them. She wears.
I
don't want anybody ever to confuse me with having served at that level.
Well, my standpoint is I used to correct people, but then I just thought, that takes too long. Too much of an explanation. They don't want to hear it. Just accept it gracefully and say thank you.
Here's as far as I'll go. Right there with my coffee mug. All right, buddy.
Which could be the Texas Rangers. Who knows?
Right. Except it's the patch, man. And
Right.
these guys are badasses. And, my son's kicking indoors, one of them, and the other one's an actor, musician, and a theater teacher. And I'm going to have him on next hour, believe it or not. The actor, musician, stand-up comedian one. So he'll be on next hour. So hey, when we come back, I want to talk about somebody that you've met and rubbed elbows with that I think is pretty interesting. So we'll be back. This is Pat Woodard in the Zoom room with your buddy Bags. We'll be back after this on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust and wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
Cowboy State Daily Radio on Saturday, 8:47. Your buddy Bags in the Zoom room. This Pat Woodard, 850 KOA news anchor, money and business editor, former television, former documentary. What, 8? How many Emmys, dude?
12. 12. And then, they gave me that hang around award at one point.
Hang around.
You've been around a long time. Here it is. Here's a piece of metal and
here, take
plastic.
the hardware home,
yeah.
would you?
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks, buddy, for being on here with me from Denver, Colorado. Actually, Parker, Colorado. We worked for the same organization at the point that I was on the sales side of things when you came aboard in 2011, 2013. When did you?
2009 is when I started part-time, and then I went full-time in 2013.
They're 850 KOA, the blowtorch of the Rockies down there. Now, so here, I'm going to transition into this story. I have a cough button. So Deb and I, we watch virtually every night Jeopardy. If we aren't watching it that night, it's recorded, and we don't miss. And for some reason, I missed the the memo that said somebody is going to be on Jeopardy, and we just turned it on, and I kind of recognized you when they bring it out and they say from Denver, Colorado, a media, I don't know how they said it, news anchor, whatever, Pat Woodard, and I stood up and I said, "See, these are the kinds of people I know." I mean, here's a guy you don't want to match trivia wit with is Pat Woodard. So there you are on Jeopardy. How long ago was that, Pat? Remind me.
That was either 2015 or 2016. So it's been 9 or 10 years ago.
Sure, you bet. Well, and again, for those who are able to see it on YouTube, and for those who will go back and look at it in the archives, I've got Pat here with the late, great Alex Trebek here. So there you go, folks. Look at that. See? I told you he was handsome, number one.
Up in showbiz is right.
Yeah, showbiz. But anyway, I'm very, very curious about that experience, if you don't mind, because I know that there's some kind of qualifying event leading into it, number one. So tell me how that works, and how do you end up on Jeopardy, actually on TV?
Well, like you, I've been a Jeopardy watcher for pretty much my entire adult life since they brought it back after the original Art Fleming days. When
that's before my time.
Well, not mine. I remember being
before I started paying attention to it.
From school and actually watching Jeopardy in the early days. And then it came back, I believe it was in the like 83 or something like that with Alex Trebek. Well, I'd been watching all the time, and in the back of my head, I thought, I'd like to get on that show. I don't know if I could win, but I think I could play well enough that it would be a worthwhile experience. And boy, it would be fun.
Yeah.
So at the time, I'm not sure if it's changed much now, but what you had to do first was do an online test where I believe it was something like 15 questions and it was timed, and they never told you how you did. They just said, okay, your name is in the pool now, or they don't even tell you that. They just say, if your name is in the pool, we'll get in touch with you.
We'll let you know. Don't call us. We'll call you.
But you have no idea how you did out of the 15 questions, whether you got them all right, whether you got any wrong. And so I think I tried that a couple times and nothing had happened. So every so often they would open the test again. The first time it didn't happen, second time it didn't happen, third time after I took the test, I believe I was at the doctor's office for my physical, and I got a phone call, and it was Jeopardy, basically saying, we're going to be in Denver doing
I'd have been thinking it was one of my buddies who's, yanking me around. That's where I would have went.
If it were today, I probably wouldn't have even answered it because I'd never answer phone numbers that I don't recognize anymore.
In the olden days, we answered the phone.
we were so trusting. And so they said, we're going to be in Denver, and we've got a day set up for auditions. And can you come down and do it? And so you go down. They had, I can't remember, it was downtown someplace. They had a big room rented, and they set up. First of all, they've got like a classroom setting, and you sit down and you have to do another 50-question test. And if you do well enough on that, then you advance to where you do a mock game. They've got a little setup where you stand there with your clicker and everything like that, and they've got a guy, one of the show producers who's playing the part of Alex Trebek, asking the questions. And you go through that a little bit, and then they always do the thing. They want to see how well, and they're videotaping it, and that's a big part of it. They want to see how you interact on television and whether you freeze up or not or anything like that. And so we did that, and then I heard nothing for, I can't remember how long it was, several weeks.
Really?
But then they got in touch with me and said, we would like you to come out and be on the show.
Yay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm so curious about that friggin' button thing.
Well, that was what killed me. And I just to a spoiler here, I did not win. I was playing at the time,
but you scored some points. Remember, Pat, some people leave there in the negative.
Oh, I know it. Well, there are 100,000 people who try out for the show every year, and they pick about 400. So just getting on the show was an accomplishment. I was up against a 3-time champion at the time, and I finished second. He had something like 19,000 at the end, and I had 16,000. So I played well.
Yes.
But I had a couple things.
We were very proud of you. We were very proud of you. And we were cheering. I mean, I don't cheer for Jeopardy.
Right.
I'm a sports fan, and I don't cheer for. I like Jeopardy, and I'm a fan. But for me to be cheering for somebody, it had to be somebody I know. Come on, Pat. And then when you got something wrong,
and I had two issues there. One was I did struggle with the buzzer. You've got to time it exactly right. And the way they do this is you are not allowed to ring in with your answer until Alex at the time finishes reading the clue. If you try to jump it, you get locked out.
Yeah.
And somebody else gets in. I think and they even have, you don't see it on TV, but on either side of the board where all the clues are, there's a bank of lights. And those lights go on when it's time for you to click in. And again, if you try to anticipate it, which everybody I think does, you get locked out.
Yeah.
So I had a lot of clues that I knew the answer to, but I did not get in. And then I had one, which really probably cost me a legitimate shot at winning the game. And it was a $2,000 clue. And it was early enough in the game that if I'd gotten it, I would have been right there.
Yeah.
And of all things, what do I get knocked down for? Pronunciation.
Uh-huh.
In this business.
That. Yeah.
The
Mr.
clue,
Broadcaster.
Yes, the clue
Mr.
was
Communications
about
expert.
The clue was about the probably most popular beach area and resort area in Portugal. And it's the Algarve. Well, it's spelled Algarve, and it's a Latin-based word. So I think it's got an E sound or an on the end. So I pronounced it Algarve.
Oh.
And instead of Algarve.
Yeah.
And they ruled against me. And so that really set me back because I only missed one other question the whole time. And then what really made me mad is recently they had a show on and they had a guy on and he was supposed to give the clue of the answer about what is your voice box called? And the word is larynx. And he pronounced it larynx. So he did the same thing I did, turning the last two symbols around, and they gave him credit for it.
Dang. Hang on. I don't want you to not be able to give your opinion. I want to get it. Us being Alex Trebek fans and growing up with him as we did. Ken Jennings, the new host. We watch it virtually every day. Before I tell you my opinion, what do you think of Ken Jennings? I mean, it's tough to replace the legend. It was, but must have been a challenge and maybe awkward for him. What's your thoughts on Ken Jennings?
I really think he's kind of come into his own. I think like a lot of things, especially when you're trying to replace a legend like that, it might be a struggle at first, but I think he's really grown in the job, and it's now pretty natural, I think, to think of him in that position. Whereas before it's like, he's okay, but he's no Alex. But I think he's doing a great job.
I do too. And they had like a competition with a lady, I can't remember.
Mayim Bialik.
Yeah. And, she's a star, a TV star in her own right. And she was okay, acceptable. But Ken came in with such, credibility as being, at one point, is he still the all-time longevity champion?
I'm not sure.
He's first or
what his
second.
status is. Yeah.
So he comes in with that
but
credibility.
just because you're a great player doesn't mean you're going to be a great host. And so that was a real leap, and I think he made it pretty successfully.
He does have some personality, but he gets it. Jeopardy moves along. The format hasn't changed for decades, and they, as you and I know, got to get in and out of those breaks, man. It's it's back timing 101 on Jeopardy every day, and he does a decent job of that as well. So we're almost out of time, my friend. I've really got 30 seconds here before I get to the top of the hour. Is there anybody we want to give a shout out to before we say goodbye?
Well, we got to give a shout out to my wife Ann, who's sitting over here.
Yeah,
she smiled and kind of waved, but
Deb's in the other room.
You know what? And the reason we have to give a shout out for her is because when I went freelance, she had been working as a stay-at-home mom for decades, and she went out and got a job and got benefits.
Thank you,
Ann.
And
that allowed me to pursue
the
things that I was doing.
Hey, God bless you,
around the world.
Pat. Thanks so much for joining me today. I want to do it again down the road if you don't mind.
Sure.
All right. You're listening to your Buddy Bags, John Baggett with Cowboy State Daily Radio. Back after the news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. A young, petite, pregnant woman found dead with beating and strangulation injuries 33 years ago in a ditch 15 miles north of Sheridan has been identified. The woman, who has been known as I-90 Jane Doe for the past 3 decades, has been identified as Cindy Arlene Estrada by the Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigation. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland says Estrada was one of 2 Wyoming victims in the case of alleged serial killer Clark Perry Baldwin.
I've been watching for this for a while because they identified Bitter Creek Betty, who was found March 1992 off the interstate in Sweetwater County with strangulation and other injuries, killed. And so then a month after that, they found a woman they called I-90 Jane Doe, petite, pregnant, young, also dead with strangulation marks in Sheridan off of the interstate.
Estrada was identified using her mother's DNA. Prior to the publication of this news story, there was essentially no publicly available information on Estrada online. All that's known is that she was born in Torrance, California, and was 21 years old when she was killed. Western Wyoming irrigators are frustrated after having their water shut off earlier than normal to send Colorado River Basin water downstream, despite what appeared to be a promising winter snowpack. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that an upcoming public meeting in Pinedale is one of 4 outreach meetings Wyoming officials are hosting to discuss the state's role in managing Colorado River water.
The mighty Colorado River begins its life in Wyoming and high in the Wind River Range. It feeds into the Upper Green River and the Little Snake River. And so Wyoming is a part of this collective, this compact of states that's charged by Congress in a very old compact to manage that water.
The amount of water Wyoming gets to keep as a member of the more than 100-year-old congressionally created Colorado River Compact will depend on what happens during negotiations over the next several months. If Republicans want to fine-tune their bill to claw back $9.4 billion in federal payouts, including defunding PBS and NPR, they're running out of time. The U.S. House has a legal deadline of Friday at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time to vote on the proposed $1.1 billion in cuts to public television and radio. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry reports that the cuts are part of a rescissions package, a clawback of funds previously allocated by Congress. By law, these unusual measures must be passed by both chambers of Congress no later than 45 days after formally requested by the president.
It's also something that only requires a simple majority vote. And if you've heard that story before, it's because the Republicans use simple majority vote procedures a lot in order to avoid the 60-vote Senate threshold when they know they're not going to get any help. And now they're doing it this way, by taking existing funding and yanking it from those agencies, in this case, public broadcasting.
As of the time this story was published Thursday, the House was in recess and hadn't voted on the cuts. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
A Yellowstone National Park black bear with a taste for human food and willing to dangerously ransack campsites to get it was lethally removed from the area. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that a determined adult female black bear had to be killed July 11th after what the National Park Service called a series of concerning incidents at a backcountry campsite in the Blacktail Deer Creek drainage.
The incidents all occurred at a backcountry campsite in the northern section of Yellowstone. And when you're out there, the park mandates that you either suspend your food with these poles or you keep them in a bear-proof box. Well, this black bear had previously crushed a tent, but it also figured out how to pull down those poles to get at the food that was being stored overhead. So because it had shown such intelligence and such potentially dangerous behavior and gotten a reward out of it, Yellowstone staff decided the only thing that they could do to ensure everyone's safety was to kill the bear and remove it from the park's population.
This was the first black bear to be put down by Yellowstone wildlife officials in 5 years. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
And welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags, 9:05 on a Saturday. We're in our fourth hour of podcast-style talk radio. This hour, it gets a little personal as I have somebody very closely related to me as our guest. We'll get to that in just a second. Stand by, Zoom room. We're going to check out the weather here. Mostly sunny in much of Wyoming. You remember Wyoming, huh, Alexander? Remember that place? Yeah, God's country, as we refer to it. Are you there? Can you hear me okay, Alex?
Yeah, can you hear me?
There it is. There's that voice. I have a cough button there, just FYI. Anyway, mostly sunny in Wyoming today with a chance of afternoon rain and breezy conditions in some parts of the state. Highs from near 80 to the low 90s and lows from the low 40s to the low 60s. Cheyenne right now, it's partly cloudy and 66 degrees. In Jackson Hole, it's 58 degrees, mostly sunny. In, Torrington, Wyoming, it is 66 and partly cloudy. It's sunny and beautiful here, Alex, 67 degrees right now. It's going to be about 85 for a high today in Sheridan, Wyoming. So we are transferring with the miracle of technology across the pond to The Hague. Is that where you are at home?
Yeah.
The Hague?
I'm at home in The Hague.
The Netherlands, also AKA Holland. And Alexander Douglas Baggett is my youngest son, and he's a very interesting cat. I'm going to fix something here real quick, Alex, so if you'll just stand by and be patient with me for a second. I'll be right back with you. Okay, and I got it. Okay, right on. Okay, so how are we related? Maybe you should answer this question. How are we related?
I am your son, the youngest of two.
Yeah. And this guy, so how long have you been in Europe now? You are a dual citizenship person. You have American and Dutch citizenship. How long have you been in Holland?
I moved to the Netherlands December 27th of 2017. So basically 2018. So we are on 7.5 years.
When you say
it'll be 8 years in December.
You mentioned the we. The other half of that we is named Sophie, and you met her in Chicago, and she happens to be Dutch.
Yes, she was getting a postgraduate degree at the University of Chicago when we met. But yeah, she's Dutch.
And while you were getting a Theater of Arts degree at Loyola University in Chicago.
Yes, exactly. I had just graduated my undergrad, my bachelor's, and Sophie was working on her master's the year I graduated.
Smart lady. It's a Baggett tradition to marry up. Just
yes,
FYI.
Very smart girl. She got accepted into a PhD program at the University of Leiden, and at that point we had been dating for less than a year, and we made the very ill-advised decision to move in together after a year of dating, and even to make it even worse, for me to move to a new country in order to make that happen. Yeah. So we like to brag that we are quite a statistical anomaly. I'm lucky it's all worked out now that we're happily married after.
And we love her. She speaks how many languages, Sophie?
Okay, so she speaks perfect English and Dutch. She is very, very well versed in German, and then she will argue with me on this, but she speaks enough French for us to survive 2 weeks in that country quite effectively.
Well, we're going to get to how much travel you have done and how that has been incorporated into your life and now into your professional life. But so we have been to Holland a few times. The first time without you, it's pre you, not pre you, but like you didn't exist, but you didn't get to go. You had to stay at Grandma's house in 1999, the first time your mom and I went to Holland. But yes, so there you are, dual citizenship now. How long ago did you get your Dutch citizenship?
I guess that must have been September 2023. So I went through, basically, I moved to Holland on what was a partnership visa. So I could live there for 5 years. And if I completed the integration process, I could then apply for citizenship, which is what I did after 5 years.
Yeah. So how does that feel? I mean, I'm very proud of the fact that you're there representing the United States and the Rocky Mountain West. You grew up in Colorado, but spent plenty of time here with us here in Wyoming, particularly Sheridan, Wyoming. But, do you find yourself defending us on occasion, Alex? Because I'm sure there's mixed response.
Yes and no. I think the biggest thing is that, the Netherlands is a very small country. The United States is a giant country. Yeah. So Dutch people, they don't when they want to go see a movie, they're going to see an American movie. If they want to, most of their favorite bands are from America. They listen to American music. So I don't think that I'm very rarely having to defend myself as an American, um, uh, because Dutch people just have a perspective that we are quite a small country, and wow, to be such a big country. Um, so no, I mean, sometimes I have to defend some things about America, like what's one that keeps coming up. A lot of Europeans are very confused about tipping. That's one thing that I have to describe and explain quite often is tipping. Oh, what's a big one that I've talked to a lot of Europeans about is what is the deal with this Sweet 16? What's this Sweet 16? You buy your kid a car. They are 16 years old. You buy them a car. They can't believe it, and I defend that quite often because Europeans cannot understand how often we drive as Americans. So for American parents, when your child turns 16, yes, if they get a car, they have all this new freedom, but that also equals freedom for the parent as well. That's when I am always defending. It's like, yeah, well, it's pretty exciting that the parent no longer has to drive their child to every single thing now.
Sure. Well, you, of course, nobody bought you anything. You just inherited my 2004 GMC
yes, I borrowed
the
Sierra, the Jolly Green Giant, as it was famously nicknamed at my high school, the only pickup truck in the parking lot.
Yes, Alexander went to a Denver School of the Arts and was, raised by a family, especially a dad who was a cowboy wannabe who drove a full-size pickup truck around Denver. And I like the idea of you and your brother being surrounded by lots of steel in that traffic. So that's why you had to drive a full-size pickup with off-road tires.
Yeah, well, that's another thing I find myself explaining quite often. It's like, why are the cars so big? And it's like, well, because all the other cars are also quite big. So if we're going to insulate yourself from potential smashing, then you should get a bigger car.
You bet. Okay, well, your background, again, this fourth hour, Alex, and my voice starts to go pretty consistently. But anyway, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on the show is, we've, your family with you, and this is before beautiful Sophie came into our lives, have traveled extensively, including Europe and the United Kingdom and various other places. And so when you first of all, backing up a little bit, when you were in Chicago, one of your jobs was you were a tour guide in Chicago, and you were on the, what do you call it? What was the vehicle?
A Segway tour guide. So my first job, the first summer I was on my own living in Chicago, my first job was a Segway tour guide along the lakefront of downtown Chicago's South Loop, which is the greatest stupid job you could ever have in the world. I think I have more funny stories from working as a Segway tour guide in Chicago than any other job combined.
Well, one of the things that you're doing now, let's see, you're teaching theater in the school system over there, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you're also doing commercials, some of which do play here in the United States. Always a thrill when one pops up and that's you. That's my kid. And then there's you have Reckless Shakespeare, the theater company that you that you launched, that you created. And I don't know, other than those things, but you were also, when you got to Europe, did I mention stand-up comedian, that you've done that professionally as well?
Another way to make a living here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, one of the funny stories that you've told in your stand-up is some of that experience with the Segway tours in Chicago, some of which were hilarious. And anyway, but transition now over to Holland. One of your first jobs when you got there was as a tour guide in Amsterdam, correct?
Yeah. Yeah. So for 3 years, I was also a tour guide in Amsterdam, which is in a lot of ways, it was the same. You got the same energy as the 20-year-olds on a Segway in Chicago, same kind of guy doing your walking tour of Amsterdam. But it is funny because I have a background in theater, and I needed to work when I moved to my new country. And what did I have skills doing? And that was tour guiding. So I was a very rare case where I started tour guiding in Amsterdam when I'd only been living there for 3 months. So I did spend the first few months of that job BSing my way through a lot of the fact it takes a while to learn enough to be a good tour guide.
So people were headed home with like misinformation on.
There's a few facts that I sometimes cringe when I think that there were like 2 or 3 week stretches where I was just giving completely wrong information about a building, and you could just imagine somebody going home and telling their friends like, well, yeah, this guy built this in this year, and they're just completely wrong because they believed me. And that was
I just had last hour I had Pat Woodard from 850 KOA, the news anchor down there, who's the guy that was on Jeopardy, that came in second. He left with $16,000, which is nothing to sneeze at. But he'd be one of those guys in the room where I just did a tour with Alex Baggett, expat American, and I'd drop one of his gems, and somebody like Pat would go, wrong, and fix it. So
don't worry. My wife, for the listeners, my wife, her studies is in history. She's a professional historian.
She's
I
on
get
my
that
radar, by the way,
all the time when I'm sharing. Isn't this the coolest story about history that I just learned? And then it's, is that necessarily true?
Yeah, I wrote a paper on it, Alex, and
you're missing a lot of nuance, and the nuance makes stories less interesting during a walking tour. That's what I'll tell you.
Well, I want to get into that, really dig into the traveling to Europe, and you are ideal. You are the ideal person, being an American, having traveled in lots of different places in the world. And I hear from people all the time that say, where should we go and what should we see and so on. And if they're headed anywhere near Central Europe, I always say, well, Alex is in the Netherlands. He ought to, and he's a great guide. So I want to get into that and traveling, maybe the do's and don'ts and shouldn't do stuff for Americans. And maybe we can narrow down and pinpoint some great places for Americans, especially somebody traveling to Europe for the first time, where they should go, what you would recommend. What do you think?
Perfect.
Can we do that?
Yeah.
All right.
Amazing. Yes.
I'm trying
for everybody listening. Oh, go ahead.
I'm trying not to say your nickname every time, so I'm going with that.
Oh yeah, Bug. We can do that.
Yeah.
But for everyone listening, I have 3 years experience, and the vast majority of that I did know what I was talking about.
All right. Well, I've
written a few things down.
Time out. You got to do the commercial break. This is the business that we're in, Alex.
We got to pay for this.
Yes. So we're going to break for this commercial and then come back and talk about traveling abroad with your host, John Baggett, co-host Alexander Baggett, here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's 9:21.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
And welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags, John Baggett is the real name. It's 9:24, 68 degrees in Sheridan, sunny skies, where my little studio is. And where Alex Baggett, where your little studio is in The Hague, the Netherlands. Where on the planet, the map behind us here, we could probably do that. Yep. You're right there on the North Sea or very close to it, correct?
Yes, I am just on the North Sea. Between Germany and England, you can find a little coastal town called The Hague.
And why do they, it's the Netherlands, The Hague.
Yep.
How do they say The Hague? They say it different, don't they? The Hague.
Yeah, well, no, it's Den Haag, which is an old way of saying De Hague or De Hague. It's also known as Schavenshagen.
There's a lot of spit involved in speaking
Dutch. It's a very heavy language. But yeah, The Hague refers to the hedge, or the hedged in forest. So The Hague used to be a vacation home for the Count of Holland. And on his vast estate, he had a very large hunting forest that was kept in by hedges. So they essentially referred to this area as the big hedge, the hedge, the haag, right? And the Count, they would call them a graven. So you would call it the Gravenshage or the Count's hedge, and that's what we still call it today, the hedge.
Any place with counts and castles is cool to me, and of course
that's all of Europe. That's the whole history going back a very long time.
That's our transition piece, Alex. I was just waiting for that segue moment of traveling to Europe. So, as I mentioned earlier, you've been a tour guide more than once. Once here in Chicago, not once, but many times as a Segway tour guide. Again, we should do a show and have you do your stand-up and then tell that story about, was it an Italian family, Spanish family going into Lake Michigan, or almost? Anyway, we'll save that for another day. It's a great story. Oh, yeah. And but anyway, then you move to Holland with Sophie, and you become a tour guide there too. So you've had to do some research. You've had to learn a lot about that particular area. But if you were someone today who's listening and they're saying, it's on our bucket list, go to Europe, where would you recommend starting? Our first experience, we started in France, and we ended up in Italy and Germany, et cetera. That was us, your mom and I originally. But what would you recommend as a starting point?
Well, I think it 100% depends on you as a person. And I think that kind of leads into my starting advice is you should know yourself, right? Because sometimes I think that a lot of people feel a lot of pressure to see very specific landmarks to feel like they've been to Europe, right? So where you start depends really on what's the thing that you love, right? Like, what's the thing about Europe that's the first thing you think of that you want to see?
War.
For many people,
that's why we went to France to go to Normandy. No,
to Normandy, right? To see that in Normandy, yeah. So it really depends on what aspects of European history you're interested in. What's the thing about it that you would enjoy, and then really pick what you like. So yeah, where to start? That depends wholly on your personality. Okay. I think my first advice is, especially since when you first started visiting Europe in 1999, I think things here have changed very drastically since then. And the amount of tourism that has increased since 1999 has gone up tenfold. I just looked it up. Last year, 15 million people visited Amsterdam from a different country.
Wow.
So my main advice for people thinking about a trip to Europe, if you're looking to travel, is those European centers, Amsterdam, Paris, London, those are all amazing cities, but they are very crowded in the summertime.
Right.
So if you're thinking about doing a trip to Europe, I would encourage you to look at a smaller place outside of those big cities.
Very much agree with you. I remember when we traveled to Ireland, we ended up in, don't forget the name of the town, village. It was outside of Dublin. It was in the southern, it'll come to me, dadgummit. But if we were to go back to Ireland, as opposed to going to Dublin or, what's the one up north?
Belfast
and others. I would go back to this smaller village and then just spread out from there. So I agree with you on that. But that's if you've been there before. If you
so this is the advice, is that you can usually get really good transit, right? And so sometimes if you want to see, let's use yeah, let's use Dublin, right? Um, Dublin is a very crowded place, especially in the summertime. For most people, the best time you're going to be able to travel is probably June, July, and August. And that's really when everybody else is trying to travel in Europe. So staying inside the city center is extremely crowded, but there are the things that you want to see, right? Like whether it's you want to do the Guinness factory, you want to see the Jameson distillery, and you want to visit Temple Bar, right? These three big things that you have to do in Dublin.
Drinking, and my favorite was the musical pub crawl.
Yes.
Involved.
Oh yeah,
it's Ireland, and we're half Irish, or I am. You're a little bit more mixed.
So for a day like you can do all of that in a day. Essentially, I would split up a distillery tour and a beer brewery tour into 2 different days.
All right.
But it's so much, things in Europe are much closer together than I think a lot of people realize.
Yeah.
So you might actually find a quieter, cheaper accommodation outside of Dublin, and you can take a train or a bus into town that will run late into the night. That can take you back to your small town, so you're not so crowded by the massive crowd. So when we would travel 10, 15 years ago, 25 years ago, the advice was always, well, yeah, find the big city, stay there, and then take day trips from that city to different places around the area. What I would suggest now to avoid the massive crowds that are in all of these big European capitals is find a base in a place right outside of the main city center that can also be very lovely. Because I think a lot of people don't realize how nice some of these little towns are in and around those big tourist destinations.
Right. And I was going to say, when we went in 1999, this was before the GPS, and we rented a car. And by the way, the town I could not think of that we will go back to someday is Killarney, Ireland, a beautiful village. And again, like you said, finding these smaller places outside, and in the transportation system there, it's pretty easy to get around. I don't know if you remember me when I left my Euro Rail pass on the train. I fell asleep, and traditionally, if you're going to go to sleep, they ask you to leave your ticket out in the pouch of the seat in front of you, so that the what do you call it? The conductor, not the conductor. Who's the guy getting the tickets?
The guy who checked your ticket.
Yeah, the guy. And anyway, the guy came, checked my ticket. I was sound asleep, and we got to our location. I just got up and got off the train and walked into. As the train was pulling away, I started patting myself down too late, and the train is gone. And I realized that I'd left our ticket to the world. I mean, the Euro Rail pass that got us anywhere and everywhere we needed to go. And I panicked because you know your dad and travel and in being on time and in the right place at the right time. And I was just panicked, right? And so we went to the ticket office. And you do really good accents. So you do the accent of the Irish guy who told me he wasn't going to make me live for the rest of my life in Ireland.
Yeah, I don't even remember. He said something, he's like, well, I'm not going to make you stay here. And then he just walked away. Yeah, it was.
He says, we're not going to make
very casual. Things are pretty casual. But yeah, I mean, that's the next.
We'll get you another one.
That's the next advice, though, too, is make sure you're not over planning to the point where you're always stressed about traveling. I think a lot of times, especially this comes from my experience tour guiding, and when I would be working with Americans who are visiting Europe for the first time and they're trying to see as much as possible. Sometimes I think I wanted to remind a lot of, especially American travelers, since we want to do so much, that you're still on vacation. And you should remember that vacation should also be a time to relax and recharge. So the advice that I wrote down, I think like Vogue magazine gave this advice with fashion and how many accessories you should wear with your outfit. I think the advice is wear as many accessories as you want and then remove one. So make cuts.
Yeah.
So if you're planning your big dream European vacation, one of my big pieces of advice is like, okay, this is the top place I want to go for sure. This is number 2 place I really want to go. This is number 3. Okay, and then now maybe cut number 4, right? More is not always better, right? Spending time in places that you really care about is always better than having to pack all your stuff up,
hurry up and leave,
get on another train, do another ticket, deal with another country, right? Like, so as much, because I know how hard it is to get to Europe, and as much as we're like, oh my gosh, I'm here, I need to see all these different things. Make cuts and spend extra time in the places that you really want to see, and spend less time like checking off boxes of the places you feel like you have to see because you're close to them.
You bet. Well, and that's great advice. And I wanted to get that one, which is not over plan, number 1. And then what are some of the other ins and outs for Yanks? Help us out so that, we're good visitors and we make a good impression when we're over there. What would you recommend?
So one thing is, that comes to one thing again that would come up when I was talking to a lot of Americans visiting Europe for the first time, is do trust the locals when they give you advice, particularly when it comes to how to get places. In these old European cities, Uber is not what it is in America, right? Like, you can always call an Uber, but it is a lot of times, especially when you're in these big cities like Rome, Florence, Paris, walking or taking a tram or a bus is usually much faster and multitudes cheaper than taking an Uber, right? So
and they show
Ubers are not
they show
an
up
expressway,
and they show up on a bike sometimes, and you got to jump on the handlebars.
You got to ride the bike, yeah. But so that's one thing is just because I can call an Uber, I know it's going to take me there. It's the easiest way for me to get to places I don't know where I'm going in America. That doesn't make it the same case in Europe. Trust that it takes a little bit more thinking, but usually in these big city centers, the public transit is much faster and cheaper than taking something like an Uber. The other advice, and I think this is good news for travelers, is that on the continent, so I'm not talking about England, Scotland, Wales, or Ireland, not there, but in Europe, they do drive on the right side of the road, right? So we drive on the correct side of the road.
Yes.
Yeah, we drive on the right side of the road. So if you're planning on traveling through Europe, and the other thing, because I know this was very problematic in 1999, it's not so much the case now. Google Maps helps you travel in countries where you don't speak the language. I'm
looking to get some credit from you that your mom and I are still married after the experience of renting a car in Paris and driving to the coast, to the Normandy coast, and still loving each other and still together without GPS and nothing but a map.
Just a map, a French map.
And everything, every sign in French. And
yes,
we made it there, number 1, number 2, and we still loved each other afterwards. It was a little high anxiety, you miss your turn, and oh man, it was high stress.
So
that was a long time ago. That's gone.
Exactly. So for anybody who's like my dad, if you've ever driven through Europe before the internet, before Google Maps, it must have been a nightmare. I'm spoiled. I don't have to deal with that. Now, I am an American who speaks Dutch and English, and my wife and I, we just had an amazing, amazing road trip through France. Yeah. Because Google Maps helps you, the French have completely built a brand new highway system that it's a toll road. It's pretty expensive, but, compared to what? But it's a great way to get around. So if you really want to travel around a single country and explore as much as you can, today renting a car and driving yourself around is actually a really good option, I think, for a lot of Americans thinking about traveling to Europe.
Yeah, and plus they have interpreting apps now that can language issues
100%. That's
are.
exactly why. That's exactly why renting a car is not the scary thing that it used to be, right?
You bet.
Uh,
It gives you a lot of
especially,
freedom.
if catching trains and keeping to that timetable feels like it's something that's going to stress you out, if you're not going to spend most of your time in the big cities, then renting a car and driving from spot to spot to spot, a road trip through Europe can be very nice. You have to keep in mind, gas is about 2 times the price.
Right.
Wyoming, it's even more so.
And it's in kilometers, baby, not miles.
You're traveling in kilometers.
So that's a little interpretation too. You got to
The
hang
time
on here.
flies by. Kilometers, nothing. Kilometer goes by in like 25 seconds.
All right. Well, you wouldn't give us, I appreciate what you said about not recommending a place. It's based on an individual and their taste and their, what they're interested in and so forth. Good. But I do want to hear what some of your favorite places that you've been in Europe and traveling around. You can even mention the world on this little segment. So let's do that when we come back from this break. It's 9:42 on a Saturday, Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags and his son, Alexander Douglas Baggett, in the Zoom room. Stay tuned.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Year after year, we can.
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio, 944. Your buddy Bags in Sheridan, Wyoming, talking to Alexander Baggett in The Hague, the Netherlands, about travel, European travel mostly. And we're going to talk about, don't let me forget, we got about 14 minutes left of the show, but I want to talk about this business idea that you have related to travel and touring, etc. But right now, I want to pin you down because you and Sophie have traveled to a lot of places, and especially in Europe. As you said, everything is smaller scale, so if it was me going from here to Casper, we may have gone through 2, maybe 3 countries by the time we got there, especially if you're going from here to Wheatland or Denver. Now you've gone through 3-4 countries and 3-4 languages to get there. That's, that puts the scale in perspective, doesn't it, Alex?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's the great blessing of living in Europe is American distances give you access to so many countries, so many different cultures and landscapes and things like that to see. So that's the draw. As soon as people get to Europe, they're like, oh, I'm so close to everything. I need to see everything. And again, my biggest advice is to, slow down and spend more time in places that you're going to love. So I do have some recommendations for places that you maybe haven't heard of or not are the most popular destinations when people are talking about travel. So I guess I'll start with the most recent one. With Sophie and I, we just returned from our summer vacation this year from a region of southern France called Provence.
Provence.
It's literally spelled province, but Provence, France, is Marseille is there. We didn't spend any time in Marseille. We spent time in Avignon, and that was the best place for us to rent a car and drive from small town to small town.
Is that on the coast? Is that the pictures I saw of you on the coast?
Yes, the southern coast of France on the Mediterranean. And so that's the thing is, if you enjoy, if for you going to the beach for vacation is something that you enjoy, you should consider going to a beach on vacation to Europe as well, right? So Provence has the entire Mediterranean on the southern coast, and it also has the amazing medieval city of Avignon. So if you love, right, exactly. If you love being on the beach, relaxing, fishing, eating seafood, you have all of that available to you. If you love medieval castles and old fortified medieval towns from the 13th century, you have that available to you. And then the other thing is, if you're particularly interested in Roman history, that region has some of the best preserved Roman cities of all time.
Wow.
Right? So if you're interested in Rome, but you don't want to spend your time in a very crowded and busy city like Rome, you could go and visit the ruins in southern France that are just as well preserved, just as beautiful, but not nearly as crowded. So my big recommendation, it's recency bias because Sophie and I just got back from it, but the south of France, a road trip around the south of France is a great way to spend at least 1 week. On a great vacation.
You had mentioned COVID knocked out this trip, but we were going to go to a place, Bruges.
Yes,
and that's in not Brussels, but
Belgium.
Belgium, thank you. And you had recommended us to go there. And why did you recommend your mom and dad go visit Bruges? And
good question. Because Bruges, well, for me, my favorite thing when I'm traveling around Europe is finding those places that have changed so little from when they were initially busy cities, right? So you can find yourself in these cities that have changed almost in no way for 400 to 600 years. And Bruges is a great example of a well-preserved Flemish medieval town. The building, it's pretty much the same city center for 1,000 years in Bruges.
Which is really, you nailed it, which is really, for me, the appeal of a European vacation. When we think old, our 250th birthday is coming up here next year. The United States of America, I'm talking about, Alex, your other country. And 250 years old, man, you get someplace back east, and this town's been here since 1694. If we were in Holland or in Belgium or France or anyway, that would be called the new building. That's the new section of town. Anything in the 1600s, it's old is it's all relative, isn't it?
But what I love about walking down Sheridan's Main Street is this feeling of Americana at the turn of the 20th century, right? It is such a time, you're in the 1880s to 1910s when you're on Sheridan's Main Street. You're just put in such a well-preserved time and space. And that's what you get too. But with in Bruges, you're really stepping into the 14th, 15th century Flemish wool traders, and you learn about the guild cities and the merchants walking around there, and you can see it, you could feel yourself there. So Bruges is one of those examples of that's definitely worth a weekend in Bruges. In southern France, almost every little hilltop has a little town that was built around the time of Bruges as well, and they're all very well preserved.
Yeah, and everywhere, not everywhere, but just about, you can see how it was set up with royalty and monarchies, where they have the castle. It's just it's stereotypical. They have a big castle that's up on a hill or a mountain that looks down on the village.
And every European city built before before the 1870s had to be built within walls. So that's what you're going to get with every major European city. And every little European town, there was a local count or baron or duke or king who had their palace in the middle of town. And then to protect all their stuff, they'd build walls around it.
And a moat.
And everything had to be built within the walls. And a moat. So, yes, you can always expect like these really densely packed cities because they all had to be packed together. And it makes for these really lovely places where you can pretend that you're walking around, in a...
Do you remember when we stayed at that castle when we went to Germany on the Rhine?
Mm-hmm.
And what was the name of the castle? Reichenstein.
There's a Stein, castle. Yeah.
And it was, I don't even know how to describe it. You felt like you were just waiting for a knight to come trotting up on a white horse with his armor on and just pull up, because it's time for dinner and the wife's calling from the ramparts. Yeah. The Reichenstein castle experience, where we actually stayed a couple nights there and toured that region. Do you remember that trip?
Yeah, and that's such a good example of a castle that was probably built in the Middle Ages, but then it was a property of a noble family for hundreds of years. So at the castle, they had suits of armor from when the castle was first built. They had cannons from the 17th and 18th centuries when they were taxing the ships, and then they had hunting trophies from the 1800s when some long, rich, inbred noble who had inherited this castle just used it as his hunting estate for his entire life. So there's that full of history that takes place in there.
Yeah, I love it, and that's the part of it. Your dad. I love so much history, and I'm fascinated by it. The mistake I think that I have made over the years is trying to pack too many things into a trip. That's just not wanting to miss something. But you're going to be able to give that kind of advice. You have an idea and a business plan for a tour guide company. We only briefly spoke about it the other day, just a little bit, but how much of that, or would you like to share maybe your idea and what you had in mind?
I guess I'm not quite sure. I mean, I've got silly business ideas all the time, but I'm not sure. I think, maybe you can help refresh my memory on.
Well,
exactly what
just because your background as a tour guide, and we talked about, it was probably my idea that you should create a touring company that is somewhat kind of related to, the theater, and having all these relationships with all these actors and very interesting and entertaining people, taking you on the tours. Like when you were doing that in Chicago, some of the tour guides there were working actors, and they were like you. It was their part-time job. But so the other day it came out, and I thought, hey, I mean, you especially because of your background in theater, and the fact that you've done tours, and the fact that you're so well world traveled. Maybe it was me that thought it was a good idea.
I think you probably thought of a great idea. of the
course
business
I
that I
did.
should start here.
Just
of
listen
course.
to your dad.
No, but I mean, on that note, I think to wrap things up, I think so many people have, like what we've talked about is, if you're like you and me, is when we're traveling, the best part is when our imagination starts going off. And we like to travel like that. And that's how I like to view Europe. And Europe offers so many opportunities to do that. But you just have to be a bit more creative with places to go, because those old places exist, but they exist without people visiting them. They just are there. Like there are places in Italy where it's just an old medieval walled off town. And you walk in, it's just a bunch of old Italians that are surprised to see you. They're happy to see you because they don't get a lot of tourists.
you bet.
And you're just in a beautiful castle, fortified town.
We went to France, your mom and your mom found a chalet in France. It was off the beaten path. Remember, we were driving, and we get there, and it's this. When I say chalet, it's hard. It's like a small palace, is what a chalet is. Would that be pretty accurate? Just gorgeous. When I say small, it wasn't small at all, but relative to Versailles or something, it was smaller. And off the beaten path, your mom found it. We were staying there, and there was room for I think there was like 12, 14 rooms in there for people to stay. And there was only one other couple there. This is when we lived in Colorado, and we were from Lakewood, and the only other couple there was from Littleton, Colorado. Just a massive coincidence that they were there. But that's an example of what you were saying, of finding a small off the beaten path and literally staying in a French chalet in the beautiful wine country of France. But you had to be a little bit creative to find it.
Exactly. I think with social media, it's given everybody this feeling that like, I travel so that I can show pictures of the famous landmarks on my own Instagram, or if I show you that I saw the Eiffel Tower, then everybody will know that I've been to France, and that's very important. However, if you're going to enjoy France as much as you can, I think for most of your listeners, not everybody, but for most of your listeners, Paris is not the place where you're going to enjoy France the most.
No.
Paris is a place to see very famous landmarks. It's also a place to be stressed out and feel crowded, just like any major city. And just like any major city, because Paris is the biggest city, people go to Paris and then they tell French people, I went to France and I'm not going to lie, I didn't have the best time. And they say, well, where did you go? It's like, well, we went to Paris. We spent 3 days in Paris and then we left. If somebody told you like, well, I've been to Wyoming, and then you ask, where in Wyoming?
Right. And
then I say,
Mountains.
I was in Casper for 3 days. And let me tell you, it's a little flat. It's pretty windy. I don't know. I don't really get Wyoming.
Alex,
you're going to say,
hi,
there's
Casper.
so many other places to see.
It's lovely.
For all you Casper listeners, I'm sorry.
No, there's some beautiful places there around Casper, but in defense. But hey, Alex, we did that, and now it's time to wrap it up. I got to go. It's it. We nailed this.
Have a good one, guys.
Let's do it again. There's other stuff I want to talk about. But that's it. Your buddy Bags on Cowboy State Daily Radio every Saturday from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Alexander Douglas Baggett in The Hague, Holland. And it's time to wrap it up. Thanks for joining me, Alex. And you're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags.
I love you, Dad.
I love
Bye-bye.
you, too.